I don't know, nigga ass stay being late. I'm working on it though. I tried to start 9:30, but this route took me a little bit longer. I started later in the day. I've been ever since I had to put my van in the shop. I've been kind of just making my own little schedule. Cause I've been using my car. Been chilling at the house all day, basically. Then going out late and doing work. So I'm I'm still on the way to the crib right now. I have not, you know what I'm saying, I have not made it. But I'm gonna play a couple records. Probably just get to talking before I go to sharing my screen. I gotta go get some whiskey too. I ain't even got no whiskey. I just been doing orders. I've been doing orders. I ain't even got no motherfucking whiskey. I ain't stopped and got no roll up papers or none of that. So I'm probably gonna be another 25, 30 minutes of just shit talking and playing music. Hold up. I'm gonna have to put this down. Seat. I'm not putting my seatbelt on either. That's dead. I'm just letting you know right now. That's dead. I'm not putting my seatbelt on. But yeah, this let me find a liquor store real quick. I think I need to go to the left. So y'all finna get me some whiskey, play a couple songs, and then by the time I do all that and get to the crib, I'll be able to share my screen and then do it like that. So but this is another episode of Grifting Off what the bit is. This is another episode of Grifting Off Low IQ. We're gonna be touching on Charlie Kirk. We're gonna be touching on Nick Fuentes, and we're gonna be touching on the Trumpstein files. I like to call them the Trumpstein file because this is this is not just Epstein, and as we can see, it clearly got something to do with your boy Trump, your OG. Fuck you talking about? It clearly got something to do with your OG Trump. So I'm gonna go ahead and play this video. Why the fuck y'all ain't making a light, man? Come on with this bullshit. See, this that shit I be talking about. Get the fuck out the way. The fuck is that? No, let me mute up if I sound belligerent. In the trenches, keeping it too. Thanks for the slap, Ali. I tried to tell these niggas they don't wanna listen. Everybody cheap don't wanna play their position. You gon' pop in the net, but we knowin' it's fiction. I ain't even trippin' about none of that shit, my nigga. I was in them trenches, keeping it too confidential. I risk it all behind this shit I'm implementing. I pray to God every day I don't get implicated. Don't stab me in my back, look at my face and betray me. Don't stab me in my back, look at my face and betray me. Stab me in my back, stab me in my back. Don't stab me in my back, look at my face and betray me. On these hooks, I'm starting to feel like Kareem. I make shit shake, I'm starting to feel like Hakeem. Even to pop an X pill, cause ain't no I in the team. I heard a gangster started singing, I guess that nigga thought he was Jodeci. I heard a gangster started singing, that nigga thought he was Jodeci. I don't understand what these niggas do when they be trying to approach a G. I been staying to myself, I'm trying to stack up this trophy. I tried to tell these niggas they don't wanna listen. Everybody cheap don't wanna play their position. You gon' pop in the net, but we knowin' it's fiction. I ain't even trippin' about none of that shit, my nigga. I was in them trenches, keeping it too confidential. I risk it all behind this shit I'm implementing. I pray to God every day I don't get implicated. Don't stab me in my back, look at my face
stab me in my back, look at my face and betray me. They say life's by choices, you can't even avoid it. Try the best, they cross you out, then double back to count on you. These niggas ain't tryna put in work, but they need all the employment. I was in the trap thinking about white papers and road maps, nigga. This devil gonna do his best to walk you down to like a staircase. I just talked to my lawyer last night, he called me, told me they finna drop the case. I protect my energy, I can't let these niggas infiltrate. That boy internet gangster, he only thuggin' in Twitter space. I try to tell these niggas, they don't wanna listen. Everybody cheap, don't wanna play their positions. We gon' pop on the net, but we know it is fiction. I ain't even trippin' about none of that shit, my nigga. I was in them trenches, keeping it too confidential. I risk it all behind this shit I'm implementing. I pray to God every day I don't get implicated. Don't stab me in my back, look at my face and betray me. Don't stab me in my back, look at my face and betray me. Stab me in my back, stab me in my back. Don't stab me in my back, look at my face and betray me.
Yeah, baby.
Thanks for the slap, Ali. I'm smoking gas in this bitch on the Twitter space. Yeah. Don't tell me you love me, that ain't the truth. Got my eyes on my paper, I need the blues. I'm sticking to the script, but we don't fuck with Tom Cruise. OG told a young nigga you gon' lose if you snooze. On coast to coast, we known for making them plays. You doing all of that hating, that nigga think he Stephen A. I can't even tell what it is, I can't even peep out his motive. I gotta keep protection on me, I ain't talking about Trojan. I can't tell you 3-4 times, I can only say once. Every time I wake up in this shit, you know I gotta go get it. I've been feeling like Master P lately, I've been having no limits. I can't commit to none of the gimmicks, I've been dodging the critics. I'm hearing snakes, hate, raps, but shit these days I can't tell. He can't come the way he want, the folks gon' give him the job. The way you want, the folks gon' give him the chill. I pull up wine, kick my feet and recline. FBI start paying weekly, niggas dropping them down. So many locked behind the cells, they can't get back their time. Come on, don't tell me you love me, that ain't the truth. Got my eyes on my paper, I need the blues. I'm sticking to the script, but we don't fuck with Tom Cruise. OG told a young nigga you gon' lose if you snooze. OG said that's how I really live. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Remember screaming fuck school, just trying to chase a little bread. First that boy dropped out of college, then he caught him a bit. He ran off with this and that shit, that's what so-and-so said. He gon' surge it like some gas, but he know damn well it's mid. He thought his partner crossed him out, but it was all in his head. Oh, you say you want to smoke, that boy brought all of the six. Never second guess on how stepping, don't you never renege. That's how you never renege. That's how you never renege. OG say that's how a real nigga play. That's how a real nigga play. OG say that's how a real nigga you never renege. I'm grabbing 2 and brought back 4, that's what that network do. I was in that trap, I was working hard just like the warehouse nigga. I can never trip you all online with that hate in your heart. I'm a businessman, I've been giving credit like I'm working at Vasa. Remember taking trips out to Chico, cause I can't smoke me no mid. I'm trying to stay up out the way, cause I just dodged a little bit. They gon' try to trick you off the street, they see you got shit going. He gon' flag me down to set me up, but shit, I'm already been a hell of a night. This kush gon' take me away. It sweep me right off my feet. I twist a split, take a sip, then gonna catch a little drip. I count up 10 every week and then break that shit right down the middle. We double up, we can't do loss. This nigga's not a beginner. I gave a bass a couple O's to try to get me a runner. His granny thought he was on point, then found out he a sinner. Come on. Remember screaming fuck school, just trying to chase a little bread. First that boy dropped out of college, then he caught him a bit. He ran off with this and that shit, that's what so-and-so said. He gon' surge it like some gas, but he know damn well it's mid. He thought his partner crossed him out, but it was all in his head. Oh, you say you want to smoke, that boy brought all of the six. Never second guess a house stepping, don't you never renege. That's how you never renege. That's how you never renege. That's how I real nigga play. That's how I real nigga play. That's how you never renege.
Thanks for the slap, Ali.
I prove it to myself before I prove that shit to you. I was out here thugging, I was supposed to be the one that stayed in school. Got kicked out campus, dorm got searched. They think I robbed the bank. Got me feeling like Tim, cause I swear this shit done came the harder way. He swear he pee, but he only gon' fuck cause that boy got a car and a chain. He wanna hate the player, but he really know he need to hate the game. I was taking trips to the left coast with the bows and trying to make a name. I thought I was on the right path till a troll got behind me and hit the lights. Pack touchdown in Gainesville like I'm Percy, telling me that I'm more handsome in person. I been found my purpose, can't pop me no perk. I tapped in some shit you can't reach it like cursive. I'm tapping some shit you can't see to believe in. Some shit you can't see to believe in. OJ on trap on Sunday like a deacon. Name ain't Steven, he tryna get even. He hide his mind, he gon' fight through the demons. Lost in his mind, he can't find him a reason. I prove it to myself before I prove that shit to you. I was out here thugging, I was supposed to be the one that stayed in school. Got kicked out campus, dorm got searched. They think I robbed the bank. Got me feeling like Tim, cause I swear this shit done came the harder way. He swear he pee, but he only gon' fuck cause that boy got a car and a chain. He wanna hate the player, but he really know he need to hate the game. I was taking trips to the left coast with the bows just trying to make a name. I thought I was on the right path till a troll got behind me and hit the lights.
Listening to this nigga all day, got me sounding with my art. This nigga been tweaking for too long, I can't do much, taking no more. Crazy thing is, nobody believes him. He's screaming out loud right now. This nigga tweaking. He got some nerve acting like he up this bitch and he teaching. He got caught up in a lie. I ain't tryna hide for no reason. He saying dumb shit unprovoked. He think he dropping gems. He still ain't get the picture yet. His camera out of film. He keeps saying he ain't black, cause it's just a pseudonym. Claiming to read the sheet, still your talking points, but we don't know who you is. If you add that shit up, it don't even equal what you said. Your source already killed you, nigga, this like your fifth day dead. That's word to my rival, it's like the Cinco de Mayo. I don't know who need to hear this, but take Supreme up out your bio. I know a nigga who always use digress wrong, he from Ohio. You believe that shit you say, no nigga, you just tryna go viral. You just a pan-German ass nigga. You just tryna go viral, fuck nigga. The crazy thing is, nobody believes him. He's screaming out loud right now. This nigga tweaking. He got some nerve, act like he up this bitch teaching. He got caught up in a lie, tryna hide for no reason. Fuck nigga. He was tryna commit treason, fuck nigga. I'ma air out my grievance, fuck nigga. You better pledge your allegiance, fuck nigga. Better believe it when I see it, fuck nigga. Let's go. On your ass, fuck nigga. I ain't finna wait no time. Let go. Hey. I can't keep listening to dude. I heard you shadow ban my nigga cause you out this bitch faking views. You broke as fuck and this bitch probably dropped out of school. Now you on this bitch tryna go viral off faking news. He do this shit for clout, that's why he got Tariq and shit in his videos. These niggas ain't even big enough, that's why I drop subliminals. These niggas ain't even big enough, that's why I draw subliminals. You just a pseudo coon. Hey, most of these niggas broken illiterate, they can't even read the room. He say the Vikings black, my niggas sound like a damn fool. Everything you got came from a white man that BYU. You just a Jehovah Witness and Mormonite. He think that he a Jacobite, but this nigga think he a Lamanite. Your skin black, nigga, they think you living with the curse. You always lying, you ain't monetized, nigga, you ain't got no purpose. I'm laughing out loud, nigga, you like a teenage mutant ninja turtle. They got a mask on. You quote niggas in your source like that's a big foundation. It's pseudo watch your mouth, nigga, and it's full of self-hatred. Again, you 12 hours straight, no citation. I ain't arguing with this nigga ain't got no translation. He saying copper color, but he penny pinches broke. All your sources that you quote is straight Reddit posts. You panel hopping all night, I ain't arguing with no joke. Flat earth logic, these niggas ain't even Bill Nye pseudo. Say you sorry, nigga, but you ain't, nigga, fuck that. Nigga citing Jake, nigga, hey, he citing Frank Joseph, nigga, like that's the history. Talking about Egypt was in America, nigga, that ain't no mystery. Bitch, you sound dumb as fuck. What you talking about, Memphis?
Well, you know that ain't a lot of cities out there.
What you talking about, Cairo, Illinois?
I'm just saying, we got a lot of cities out here that's named after that stuff,
Fucking
bro.
dummy. Nigga be all this dumbass shit ain't even been across the country. Nigga, I don't give a fuck about shit when you ain't getting no money. Nigga lucky the beat cut off. I'd have kept fucking going on his ass, nigga, all off the top. Hey, listen, bro. Put your best in the motherfucking booth. Okay, I'm recording this shit off the fucking phone. I'm not even trying on you, nigga. Put your best, and I'll come out that bit, get in the booth for real, and I'll smoke one of y'all ass, man. Stop playing. Let me light my shit. Yeah. Come here. He be wasting time online. Niggas don't even want to check the case. Don't give a fuck about what you say. These niggas broke on Session 8. How the fuck you online all day? Nigga push up trying to get to the facts. These niggas trying to cap. I don't give a fuck about what you said. Nigga, you need to adapt.
Damn, Obi.
Better bring a fucking source. Hey. Call them cheat, got support these niggas online with no trial ties. Say you Indian, then take a DNA test, you know it don't lie. You panel hopping all day long, you out this bitch just trying to chase the views. You faking debates, you ducking the smoke, we can't even fuck with you. Every chat room full of the bots, my nigga, we know that's just a dead crowd. How you claiming you revolution, but you just broke and loud. Sean P waiting for debate, but you scared out this bitch to address the facts. This ain't no movement, nigga, I'm trying to tell you this just a Reddit thread at best. Hey, 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 it's just a Reddit thread at best. Hey, come here. You faking views, you faking proof, you faking tribes, you faking facts. I can't fuck with none of that shit you said, my nigga, it's all cap. Every stream is sound the same. That's just some old cat recycle. Everything you say the same. I can't even fuck with your idols. So you woke, but your sources, they all expired. It's an old ass coat with no source, you need to just retire. He say Egypt was in the Rockets, but you need to start the capping. You got that shit from Horace Butler, my nigga, ain't even finna rap with you. You taking maps up out of context, and I told it for me go in your captions. Every day is just a lie, that's why your camera off, you're a bad actor. He just do this shit for YouTube clicks, he really a non-factor. He talking about everybody else is Neanderthal, but he the one RH factor. He keep yelling he aboriginal and I don't know the half. You dumbass, you African American, you need to accept your path. I'm asking you for a source, but you keep trying to change all the directions. Now this nigga talking and talking and talking about some status correction. You arguing 5 hours, no receipts, that shit is not in your hand. That's an etymological fallacy, nigga, I know you don't understand. Your whole doctrine is full of YouTube clicks off Instagram. How you the fuck grown and you still following behind another grown man? You say you native, but your grandma, she from Virginia. Boy, you sound like Rachel Dolezal, nigga, you cannot change your image. It's 12 hours on the screen, but you still broke, that's a comedy. You a code with no receipts, and I'm telling you that's apparently. Hey, it's cheap boss up boy online. These niggas online with no ties. Say you Indian, just take a DNA test, you know it don't lie. You panel hopping all day long, chasing views. You faking the bass, you ducking the smoke, we can't even fuck with you. Every chat room full of the bots, my nigga, you know that's a dead crowd. How you claiming revolutionary? You know you just broken loud. Sean P been waiting for the bait, but these niggas, they scared to address the facts. This ain't no movement, nigga, I'm telling you, this just a Reddit thread at best. Hey, this just a Reddit thread at best. One take too, nigga, real shit.
Hey, so I'm gonna play that one again. I just got the whiskey. I'm on the highway. I'm on 95. I'll be to the crib in like 15 minutes. So I'm gonna play the track back. But yeah, so that's disheartening. I knew he had the hearts and the minds of the white youth, but to call that man Malcolm X of his generation, that's a gross overstatement. And that's disrespectful to Malcolm X to say the least. And rest in peace with Charlie Kirk. I know he had views that I didn't agree with, um, but you know that he did pass away. It was most definitely, an assassination. And when I get to the crib, I got a lot of videos that I want to play about. They ran the narrative for the first 24 hours that this was uh, a left wing nut. They said that the left wing nut is the one who shot Charlie Kirk. Now we know that's bullshit, right? We know that every single one. Well, I can't say every single one. I gotta say 95%. Because when I pulled it up last night, there was one person who wasn't. But 95% of the domestic terrorists since 2016 have been right wing. Even the motherfucker who tried to shoot Trump, he was a right wing supporter. He was a Trump voter. The nigga was a Trump voter that became disenfranchised. Just like with Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes, who, by the way, he didn't even vote. He can't, I don't even know what that's about, right? I can't vote because I haven't had my rights restored, right? But the fact that he didn't vote, but he was a Trump advocate, and he was going to the pulpit for Trump because he thought Trump was this white nationalist authoritarian power. And then when Trump got into office, and Trump really shows that he's an egalitarian, and he really do everything for the oligarchs. And yes, he gonna run this whole system. It's really all about the top. It's the top versus the bottom. They don't left versus right. But they got the people at the bottom fighting with each other. They got the whites fighting against the blacks. They got the left fighting against the right. They got the FBAs fighting against the Caribbeans. All of this shit is to keep your head in the clouds, not paying attention to the fact that we got a egalitarian oligarchy that's running an authoritarian dictatorship.
straight like that. And then it's psyops left and right to the point where the brother who committed the atrocity to the Ukrainian, this nigga had on orange. He committed the crime with a blade. Now I don't want to go down the Alex Jones path. I don't want to go down the Alex Jones path, right? I want to have respect for the dead. But all I'm saying is the nigga on the train that committed the crime had on an orange jacket and a blade. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm gonna play my song again because I'm still on 95. I gotta get to the house so I can queue up some of these videos so we can get into just exactly who is on the run, who committed this atrocity, right? For Charlie Kirk. And I want to talk about all of these right wing and these media pundits who are basically calling for a civil war. You feel me? That's the Civil War talk, right? So like I said, the nigga had on it, like all of us like, and then Candace Owens, right? I'm gonna get in my pseudo bag tonight. I'm really not a pseudo guy, and I really don't fuck with Candace Owens at all. But I gotta play what Candace got going on right now. She digging on these military experiments. She trying to say these experiments done on U.S. citizens, and we know for a fact that the military has done experiments on U.S. citizens. I just played a video day before yesterday about St. Louis and during the Cold War, how they took a project and sprayed it with these chemicals, and now a couple of the dudes that died from cancer, a couple of dudes had beet cancer. They was given a radioactive oatmeal in the 60s. All this was documented. Military doing what the fuck is it? Military doing experiments on U.S. citizens. So we can't put it past the U.S. military, but because Candace Owens is on this Bridget Macron witch hunt, it's fucking up her credibility, right? The same thing they did with Alex Jones, goofy ass, his goofy ass with this Sandy Hook shit, right? They ruined his reputation, and then he had no choice but to pick up the mantle and basically dicky Trump, right? Because that's what Alex Jones became. Alex Jones became a cuck for Trump, right? The Trump administration cucked all these white conservative tinfoil hat guys, right? He put them all in his pocket, probably funded them too, probably had APAC hit him off with a couple dollars, right? To keep these motherfuckers in line. And the moment you step out of line, shit goes left, right? That's all I'm gonna say. Like I said, I want to get back to my to the screen, and I want the videos to do the narrative, and then I want to come in and commentate around it. I don't want to foreshadow nothing that might go on. So like I said, I'm on 95 right now. I should be getting off on my exit any second. I do gotta run out and get some pull-ups real quick. So I'm about to jump into the CBS. So I'm probably gonna have to play two songs, but the CBS is like 2 minutes from the crib. So I'm gonna probably play another song, come back, and hopefully I'll be back to the crib. But yeah, man, I got my conspiracy hat on, man. I'm trying to figure out what the fuck the nigga committed a crime with an orange jacket on and he had a blade. I think they playing with a nigga.
Yeah. Come here. He be wasting time online. Niggas don't even want to check the case. I don't give a fuck about what you say. These niggas broke on Session 8. How the fuck you online all day? Nigga push up trying to get to the facts. These niggas trying to cap. I don't give a fuck about what you said. Nigga, you need to adapt. Damn, Obi. Better bring a fucking source. Hey. call them cheat gossip, boy, these niggas online with no trial ties. Say you Indian, then take a DNA test, you know it don't lie. You pan on hopping all day long, you out this bitch just trying to chase the views. You faking debates, you ducking the smoke, we can't even fuck with you. Every chat room full of the bots, my nigga, we know that's just a dead crowd. How you claiming you revolution, but you just broke and loud. Sean P waiting for debate, but you scared out this bitch to address the facts. This ain't no movement, nigga, I'm trying to tell you, this just a Reddit thread at best. Hey, 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 it's just a Reddit thread at best. Hey, come here. You faking views, you faking proof, you faking tribes, you faking facts. I can't fuck with none of that shit you said, my nigga, it's all cap. Every stream is sound the same. That's just some old cap recycle. Everything you say the same. I can't even fuck with your idols. So you woke, but your sources, they all inspired. It's an old ass coat with no source, you need to just retire. He say Egypt was in the Rockets, but you need to start the capping. You got that shit from Horace Butler, my nigga, I ain't even finna rap with you. You taking maps up out of context, and I told it for me go in your captions. Every day is just a lie, that's why your camera off, you're a bad actor. He just do this shit for YouTube clicks, he really a non-factor. He talking about everybody else is Neanderthal, but he the one RH factor. He keep yelling he aboriginal and I don't know the half. You dumbass, you African American, you need to accept your path. I'm asking you for a source, but you keep trying to change all the directions. Now this nigga talking and talking and talking about some status correction. You arguing 5 hours, no receipts, that shit is not in your hand. That's an etymological fallacy, nigga, I know you don't understand. Your whole doctrine is full of YouTube clicks off Instagram. How you the fuck grown and you still following behind another grown man? You say you native, but your grandma, she from Virginia. Boy, you sound like Rachel Dolezal, nigga, you cannot change your image. It's 12 hours on the screen, but you still broke, that's a comedy. You a coat with no receipts, and I'm telling you that's apparently. Hey, it's cheap boss up boy online, these niggas online with no ties. Say you Indian, just take a DNA test, you know it don't lie. You pan on hopping all day long, chasing views. You faking debates, you ducking the smoke, we can't even fuck with you. Every chat room full of the bots, my nigga, you know that's a dead crowd. How you claiming revolutionary? You know you just broken loud. Sean P been waiting for the debate, but these niggas, they scared to address the facts. This ain't no movement, nigga, I'm telling you, this just a Reddit thread at best. Hey, this just a Reddit thread at best. One take too, nigga, real shit. They say black is not a nation. That's cause dumbass nigga, you an American. So you got the truth, but every claim need clarity. He wanna land his plane, but that flight path is terrible. You quoting white man and ask for the clarity. Then you get mad and start to cry when we want. These niggas swear to God they got the truth, but they really be lying. You just hate where you from, so you made up a place. You put feathers in your cap, you thought it covered your face. You said etymology prove that shit, nigga, that's not what it say. You just lost in the sauce, nigga, you kept, that's facts. I've been patient, but this shit is a whole never subside. How you read one post and you think you decolonized? You say you aboriginal, but you not tied to no tribes. You misquoting Barry Fell, my nigga, you lied 4 times. You misquote Barry Fell, but nigga, you lied 4 times. You don't know your rules, but you be talking like a prophet. I heard your whole lecture, and that shit was just gossip. You say the Mayans was black, but that's just doctrine. You can't explain a single source to my nigga, you need to stop it. You saying black folks was here first, okay, prove it. You like Estes amount. You just hate where you from, so you made up a place. You put some feathers in your cap and try to cover your face. You say etymology prove that shit, that's just what you say. But you lost in the soft, you preaching that shit, no faith. I've been patient, but this nonsense will never subside. He read one post and saw that he just colonized. They say they aboriginal, but they ain't tied to no tribes. You misquoting Barry Fell, my nigga, you lied 4 times. He don't like America, that shit way too vivid. He said we was never slaves, like that shit sound bold. Came with Anatoly Flamenco, like that shit cracked the code. I don't know why you came with that shit, man, that shit been debunked. You been saying the same shit for like 5 months. I feel like I'm doing the same shit in the cycles, nigga, bite to bite. He told me correct my status, but he still living broke, make it make sense. He posting all day with no jobs, nigga living in past tense. This nigga keep saying land is playing, but he ain't even flying right. That boy elbow grifting conspiracies his whole life. I can't trip by things you say on niggas, you can't prove shit. You niggas be really lame. You don't know your roots, but you be talking like you're a prophet. Your whole lecture was lame, my nigga, you need to stop it. Everything you did was a whole bunch of posturing. You said the mind was black, but that nigga, that's just a doctrine. You can't explain no nigga source, you need to stop it. You say the blacks was the first ones that was really here. Like somehow they erase all the whips and all the tears. Like cotton ain't real, like the darks ain't even motherfucking A. You niggas acting like the boats ain't dark. We all just popped up out the K like some crops. You niggas dumb as fuck, the niggas ain't think about it. You was half-baked, everything you said was bullshit. I don't give a fuck what you said, my nigga, you ain't got no source. I'm trying to ask this nigga, but he been wasting my time. I told this fuck nigga, I ain't finna keep wasting my time. Let's go.
All right, so I got some news y'all can use. I'm right by the crib. I'm right by the crib. I should be home in like 5 minutes. So, but so like I said on the agenda, I got Nick Fuentes versus Charlie Kirk. Right, I tried to play a little bit of it earlier, but my computer was acting a little funny. I don't know what I was doing with it. But Charlie Kirk versus Nick Fuentes was before Nick Fuentes versus Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens. It was the biggest beef on the conservative side, right? The two biggest influencers on the conservative side, Charlie Kirk and Nick Fuentes. Okay, them the two biggest. Now they got other people in that realm, like the Jake Shields. Who else we got over there? It's plenty of them, but they break off into different branches. Like they got the female conservative influencers, then they got the male conservative influencers, and a lot of the male conservative influencers they actually popped up out of what's called. It pops up to support. Hold up, Mike Adams. Is this live stream in support of black people killing white people? Let me put this on the screen. No, brother. I don't know any. I never seen a stream that YouTube didn't take down that you was describing. And see, that's the thing about these platforms, right? You can be anti-black all you want to. You can say fuck niggas. You can drop the hard ER. You can say go back to Africa. You can really do and say as you please against the black community, right? But you act like the only person that you can't transgress against is a Jewish person. That's that shit that I don't like that these white nationalists do. It's a deflection. It's avoiding accountability. And at the same time, I pointed out earlier, it's honestly jealousy. It's honestly jealousy, right? These white nationalists, they're jealous of the fact that Israel can perform its ethno-state agenda unadulterated. That's what this is all about, right? So, and okay, so Mike Adams, you say Nick Fuentes isn't MAGA, he's racist trash. Okay, I respect that stance, but he most certainly is MAGA. And if you want to disassociate from that, he at the very least he is America first. He has a whole platform called America First, right? So his America First platform is all the way MAGA based. Everything that he did for the past 6 years was to get Trump in office. Everything he said up until the past 4 months has been positive of Trump. You would think he was a Trump nephew, right? Everything he's been saying has been in glowing regards for the Trump administration up until they stopped deporting random migrants, right? When they started allowing some of these big farmers to keep their illegals, that's when Nick got upset, right? When like I said, when Nick realized that the Jews in Israel were in fact the true white nationalists, and they was at the top of the pecking order. Then he started complaining that Trump was taking his orders from the wrong white guys. That's what really go on here. So I'm not fooled by none of the shenanigans. He is absolutely 110% on the right side. He identifies himself as a neoconservative. So I'm not gonna split hairs with, oh, he might have left MAGA in the last 4 months. He was MAGA all the way up until Trump just got elected. So we gotta chill on that narrative. So we gotta chill on that narrative.
Thanks for the slap, Ali.
I prove it to myself before I prove that shit to you. I was out here thinking I was supposed to be the one that stayed at school. Got kicked out campus, dorm got searched. They think I robbed the bank. Got me feeling like Tim, cause I swear this shit done came the harder way. He swear he pee, but he only gon' fuck cause that boy got a car and a chain. He wanna hate the player, but he really know he need to hate the game. I was taking trips to the left coast with the bows, just trying to make a name. I thought I was on the right path till the troll got behind me and hit the lights. Pack touchdown in Gainesville like I'm Percy, telling me that I'm more handsome in person. I been found my purpose, can't pop me no perk. I tapped to some shit you can't reach it like cursing. I'm tapped to some shit you can't see to believe in. Some shit you can't see to believe in. OG on trap on Sunday like a deacon. Name ain't Steven, he tryna get even. He hide his mind, he gon' fight through the demons. Lost in his mind, he can't find him a reason. I prove it to myself before I prove that shit to you.
So Mike Adams, that's, let me see, let me make sure I read it perfectly. I don't want to misquote or misrepresent what you're trying to say. I want to gain an understanding here. Oh, let me pause this all the way. So it's your position. I'm gonna read the first. I'm gonna read your first comment and your second comment, then I'm gonna address it. So you say, for the most part, MAGA is not racist and isn't white nationalist. The lie that MAGA is racist is what led to Trump winning. So I'll say what led to Trump winning is the lackluster campaign that the Democrats ran. The Democrats are terrible. They're pieces of work, right? They're lazy. Their base has picked up on the fact that they're lazy, and their messaging is trash, right? All they do is pander, but they don't ever do anything besides pander, right? They pander to the gays, they pander to the blacks, they pander to women, but they don't really affect the change that's necessary. They're honestly centrist. They're trying to keep the status quo, and that's the problem with all liberals, right? That's why I don't really fuck with liberals, because they really just trying to keep the status quo, right? They don't want radical change. They want the status to be corrected. So, but for you to say MAGA isn't white nationalists, I gotta push back on that. MAGA, Make America Great Again, is also rooted in what is known as the America First agenda. Okay, in the America First agenda, if I could just water it down, speed up the process, the America First agenda is white nationalism. The Patriot Front, we got the Boogaloo Boys, we got the Proud Boys, we got the Groypers, we got Charlie Kirk and the Turning Point USA events, right? These were like the mainstays of the Republican Party. The GOP has turned to a racist demographic. I hate to be the one to break it to you, gang. Not only is America First a white nationalist group, they have come out, the leaders of these groups have come out and said They believe to be American, you have to be white. You have to be of European descent. They believe that this country is built on white European Judeo-Christian values. This is what's the heart. This is at the heart of the MAGA movement. They believe that the white Americans need to take back their country. This is literal. I'm giving it damn near verbatim from these guys' lips. Let me read the next comment you say. You said, picture kind of makes it look like you support the murder of the Ukrainian immigrant. Probably not what you want to communicate to folks. So, okay, the optics. So shout out to you for recognizing what the optics of my picture is. That is 110% the optics of my picture, right? Absolutely, right? Absolutely. But this picture has a history, okay? This is not a picture that you're supposed to just look at and put your own understanding or your own interpretation on what you're looking at. That picture is propaganda that was deployed by the American public. This is popular culture in America. This is from the 1890s, early 1900s. Okay, this is a depiction. This is a depiction of black people migrating into the major cities, right? Because back in the day, black people didn't always live in the city. Black people lived on farms. Okay, so to get the blacks off the farm and into the cities, they started advertising jobs, right? And they started busing in people to Chicago from places like Mississippi, Kentucky, Arkansas, right? So with them doing this, they brought in a new a new demographic of workers. And in this new demographic of workers, they had to be demonized because the working class that was already there, they were gonna lose jobs. Does this sound familiar? Does this sound familiar? Hold on, I just got to the house now, so I'm finna load up the video. All right, bet. So let me grab this laptop, my trees, and give me a commercial break real quick. Quick commercial break. Shout out to Mike Adams, Atkins though. Let me do a quick commercial break for you.
Thanks for the slap, Ali.
I tried to tell these niggas they don't wanna listen. Everybody cheap don't wanna play their position. You gon' pop in the net, but we know it is fiction. I ain't even tripping about none of that shit, my nigga. I was in them trenches, keeping it too confidential. I risk it all behind this shit I'm implementing. I pray to God every day I don't get implicated. Don't stab me in my back, look at my face and betray me. Don't stab me in my back, look at my face and betray me. Stab me in my back, stab me in my back. Don't stab me in my back, look at my face and betray me. I'm on these hooks, I'm starting to feel like Kareem. I make shit shake, I'm starting to feel like Hakeem. Even to pop an X pill, cause ain't no I in the team. I heard a gangster started singing, I guess that nigga thought he was Jodeci. I heard a gangster started singing, that nigga thought he was Jodeci. I don't understand what these niggas do when they be trying to approach a G. I've been staying to myself, I'm trying to stack up this trophy. I tried to tell these niggas they don't wanna listen. life's by choices. You can't even avoid it. Try the best, they cross you out, then double back to count on you. These niggas ain't tryna put in work, but they need all the employment. I was in the trap thinking about white papers and road maps, nigga. This devil gonna do his best to walk you down just like a staircase. I just talked to my lawyer last night, he called me, told me they finna drop the case. I protect my energy, I can't let these niggas infiltrate. That boy internet gangster, he only thuggin' in Twitter space. I tried to tell these niggas, don't wanna listen. Everybody cheap, don't wanna play their musicians. He gon' pop in the net, but we know it is fiction. I ain't even trippin' about none of that shit, my nigga. I was in them trenches, keeping it too confidential. I risk it all behind this shit I'm implementing. I pray to God every day I don't get implicated. Don't stab me in my back, look at my face and betray me. Don't stab me in my back, look at my face and betray me. Stab me in my back, stab me in my back. Don't stab me in my back, look at my face and betray me.
All right, so I got the video queued up. Grab a couple of these bubble nuts. I'm finna scroll up this bubble kush real quick. Um, Hold on, let me see what my boy said. So yeah, so to let you know that this picture is propaganda. So due to the fact that they are running content about this black man who was schizophrenic, who killed this white girl, and they're running content on it, just like they did back in the day, I chose this image because when I see the coverage, I don't see no difference in the way that they covered fake events from the past with the way they're covering this right now. Why not tell you the whole full story about this guy suffering from mental illness? Why not giving you the backdrop? Because then that means somebody else should have been held accountable. That means the system is failing the people, and then we can't talk about shit like that. You feel me? We can't talk about that kind of conversation. So, and to speak the mic, to speak the mic, this is what I say. You say MAGA has a large support of Black and Brown Americans. I don't think so. What's up, baby? So I gotta agree. So I'm gonna get into my spiel, right? Because I don't want it to just be sounding like I'm just anti this group or anti that group. That's why I do this because I don't that anti one way is stupid. It's low IQ, right? That's what I say. I say it's low IQ. So hold up. I think I got what I need. Oh, I need a lighter. See, I should have had all this stuff pre-ready. See, that's one thing about black people. We gotta do better. I gotta have my shit lined up. I gotta be on time. That's what I gotta do. But watch conservative guys, nah. I watch enough of them, Mike. And what we know about conservatives is what they honestly are. They just they just spew talking points that they get from other people. And that was the main thing that I with Nick Fuentes, how he went off on what you call it, Jason Whitlock, called him a black token. That's what these dudes are. They are tokens. They say stuff that the racists can't say, or they say it so that it validates what they saying. You see what I'm saying? Hold up, let me load this up. That's my perspective. Damn, my computer just died too. See what I'm saying? Niggas be on bullshit. Let me go plug my computer up. My bad. Let me plug my computer up. Just bad work. Damn, I'm tripped. Let me plug my computer up real quick.
Thanks for the slap, Ali.
I prove it to myself before I prove that shit to you. I was out here thinking I was supposed to be the one that stayed in school. Got kicked out campus, dorm got searched. They think I robbed the bank. Got me feeling like Tim, cause I swear this shit done came the harder way. He swear he pee, but he only gon' fuck cause that boy got a car and a chain. He wanna hate the player, but he really know he need to hate the game. I was taking trips to the left coast with the bows, just trying to make a name. I thought I was on the right path till the troll got behind me and hit the lights. Pack touchdown in Gainesville like I'm Percy, telling me that I'm more handsome in person. I been found my purpose, can't pop me no perk. I tapped to some shit you can't reach it like cursing. I'm tapped to some shit you can't see to believe in. OG on trap on Sunday like a deacon. Name ain't Steven, he tryna get even. He hide his mind, he gon' fight through the demons. Lost in his mind, he can't find him a reason. I prove it to myself before I prove that shit to you. I was out here thinking I was supposed to be the one that stayed in school. Got kicked out campus, dorm got searched. They think I robbed the bank. Got me feeling like Tim, cause I swear this shit done came the harder way. He swear he pee, but he only gon' fuck cause that boy got a car and a chain. He wanna hate the player, but he really know he need to hate the game. I was taking trips to the left coast with the bows, just trying to make a name. I thought I was on the right path till the troll got behind me and hit the lights.
Thanks for the slap, Ali.
OG said that's how I really play. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Remember screaming fuck school, just trying to chase a little bread. First that boy dropped out of college, then he caught him a bit. He ran off with this and that shit, that's what so-and-so said. He gon' surge it like some gas, but he know damn well it's mid. He thought his partner crossed him out, but it was all in his head. Oh, you say you want to smoke, that boy brought all of the six. 7-second guess a half stepping, don't you never renege. That's how you never renege. That's how you never renege. OG say that's how a real nigga play. That's how a real nigga play. OG say that's how a real nigga play. I was grabbing two and brought back four, that's what that network do. I was in that trap, I was working hard just like the warehouse nigga. I can never trip you all online with that hate in your heart. I'm a businessman, I've been giving credit like I'm working at Vasa. Remember taking trips out to Chico, cause I can't smoke me no mid. I'm trying to stay up out the way, cause I just dodged a little bit. They gon' try to trick you off the street, they see you got shit going. He gon' flag me down to set me up, but shit I'm already knowing. I need that top shelf smoke, only elegant flights. Cabernet Sauvignon, it's been a hell of a night. This kush gon' take me away, it sweep me right off my feet. I twist a split, take a sip, then go and catch a little drip. I count up 10 every week and then break that shit right down the middle. We double up, we can't do loss, this nigga's not a beginner. I gave a base a couple O's to try to get me a runner. His granny thought he was on point, then find out he a sinner. Come on. Remember screaming fuck school, just trying to chase a little bread. First that boy dropped out of college, then he caught him a bit. He ran off with this and that shit, that's what so-and-so said. He gon' surge it like some gas, but he know damn well it's mid. He thought his partner crossed him out, but it was all in his head. Oh, you say you want to smoke, that boy brought all of the six. 7-second guess a half stepping, don't you never renege. That's how you never renege. That's how you never renege. That's how a real nigga play. That's how a real nigga play. That's how you never renege.
Alright, so I got the computer plugged up to the charger. Alright, I got the computer plugged up to the charger. I'm finna go ahead and share my screen.
and we'll take it from there. Cause man, this is an hour. I still ain't even got to my bag yet. So that's what we're gonna do. Just go ahead, put this on the screen, get cracking. Cause I still gotta roll up. I ain't even started my evening yet. Literally just got home like 10, 20 minutes ago. Let me go ahead and put this on the screen. I don't want my shit over this slow. I'm about to get rid of this shit. No, I don't agree. He's not a, you saying giving them a criminal because they're disadvantaged. That's what I mean when I'm like, first of all, that sounds a little microaggressive, right? Sounds a little microaggressive. Second of all, no, I don't agree, right? I say that in America, we have a mental health crisis. They literally don't even send people to mental health institutes. I think what it used to be like is the crazy place, the crazy house. I don't even think we have crazy houses no more. So it's like when you don't even have places to house these crazy people. You just keep letting them rack up charges. They get a criminal record as opposed to getting the help that they need, right? So that to me is that's the root of the problem. It's not disenfranchised or disadvantages or none of this stuff. That is narrative that's leaned on to confirm cognitive biases, right? If you already believe what you're saying, you're going to use that to confirm that. The dude had a mental health problem. He was schizophrenic, literally schizophrenic. If somebody is schizophrenic and they commit a crime, obviously they committed a crime. But can we first acknowledge that they are schizophrenic and they probably shouldn't even been on the street to begin with? That's where we need to get into the understanding. Motherfuckers shouldn't even be on the street, but because he's black, he's a criminal. It's not. He doesn't have mental health. He's not a. The same thing they do with the drug addicts. If crack was bad and the crack people who smoke crack had to go to jail. But when the crystal meth and the pills hit middle America, it became an epidemic. And they don't want to put them people in jail. They don't want to criminalize them. They're not gonna change the numbers for the sentencing for them. So it's all a game. It's all a game. But I finally got to the laptop. I want to play a couple videos. Um, I think I'm gonna start out with my boy Spider Low. Shout out Spider Low. Um, I rock with Spider Low. He do some good content. So I'm gonna go to him. We're gonna play a clip from him, and then I'm gonna come back. I should be rolled up by then. Hold up. Nigga, I forgot how to shut the screen. That fat. What's going on with your boy? Oh,
of their involvement in the brutal gratitude.
How long before I see results with Tai Chi?
Day 3, you'll feel your energy. Day 7, your eyes will change. Day 28, you will become unrecognizable.
3 reasons to start Tai Chi workout this summer. In 1 week.
Attitude is the attitude. I'm right here with y'all, my people. We got to stay focused on our plight. We can't get distracted because we saw such a horrible, violent, graphic display right before our eyes. We have to, it's just like driving past a cemetery. You are aware you may see multiple families grieving, but if you're not, it's none of your business. It's none of your business. You might send up a silent prayer and you continue on the journey, the path that you were on. We are in a similar position now, people. Should we cry when the Pope died? My request, we should cry if they cried when we buried Malcolm X. And not many of them did. George Floyd, Natasha Harlan, the list goes on. Phil Castillo, all the most recent ones. Eric Garner, Sonia Massey. I don't want to get distracted. But they have tried to create a hero for themselves over and over through the years. From Batman to Superman, Santa Claus, Rocky, Hulk Hogan, Iron Man, they create heroes. Even within their actual humans that exist, they give them attributes to make them seem heroic. Just like they'll teach us as blacks to revere someone like George Washington or Abraham Lincoln, ignoring the implications of their involvement in the brutality that was inflicted upon our people. Just ignore that. Here it is. Charlie Kirk just lost his life. And already they're lying, trying to change history right before our eyes a day after it took place. This video says Charlie Kirk's last words. Watch this man bold-faced lie right to your face, knowing that you know this is a lie. Check him out. In the name of Christianity, Jesus and God. Get out my comments with all that. Talking about, oh, he was a Christian, he wasn't a racist. Have you ever heard of the Ku Klux Klan? Burning crosses? Christians? Doing this? Have you heard of the Christian Crusades? Y'all got to get your argument together before you come try to discuss this with me. Oh, my mama. Listen to this fool lie and seem all holy and innocent talking about Jesus and Christ. This is a bold-faced lie.
Charlie Kirk's last words were the gospel of Jesus Christ. Watch this.
Pretty amazing evidence, not just intra-biblical evidence, but extra-biblical evidence that Jesus Christ was a real person. He lived a perfect life. He was crucified, died, and rose on the 3rd day, and he is Lord and God over all.
Jesus Christ says that the gates of hell will not prevail against.
All right, that's cool and dandy that he said that at some point or another throughout that speech. And you profess that with Jesus. You look like, I don't know what, but bro, we know that's not true. That's a bold-faced lie. That was not his last words. As a matter of fact, check this out. This was his last words.
Counting or not counting gang violence.
Oh my God. Go, run.
The last thing Charlie Kirk talked about before he was shot dead was gun violence. Kirk was hosting his Prove Me Wrong table on a tour in Utah when an audience member asked him this question. Do you know how many transgender Americans have been mass shooters over the past 10 years? Kirk's answer was too many. The same audience member then said the answer was 5 and asked Kirk if he knew how many mass shooters in total America had seen in the last 10 years. Kirk's response was a question, and it was the last thing he ever said.
Counting or not counting gang violence.
Oh my God. Go, run. Whoa.
Now, that was such a disingenuous answer. He knew good and well when they asked about mass shootings, they were talking about a white demographic, not including gang violence whatsoever. That's not what they were alluding to. That's not what they were insinuating. So what you have here is him causing or him creating a racist element in a situation that was totally non-racial. On my mama, they asked him that for a purpose totally outside of race, and he deflected by implicating a race that had nothing to do with the subject, and those were his last words. But that was just the introduction to this video. Some feel like something ain't right with this whole story. Something is off with the whole shooter situation. That's why you see this guy up here with this rifle. With no further ado, let's see what they say the shooter has been up to.
Okay, guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, yada yada. You know, I gotta tell you, I started off this morning a little bit low on energy, but now obviously I think it goes without saying I've found a little bit of motivation here. And so I am on top of the reports, I'm on top of what's coming out here. Let me give you guys all the updates in the Charlie Kirk situation as the manhunt continues. We got a bunch of video clips and information now surfacing, but first I want to clear up some confusion because obviously misinformation spreads fast in moments like these. It was a clearly and understandably chaotic scene, and initially people online were sharing clips of a man being arrested at the event, handcuffed, led away.
Shoot me! Shoot me! Was that you? We don't know if it's him or not.
And at first, people thought that this was the shooter. We even had reputable outlets kind of alluding to that fact, claiming the suspect was in custody. Obviously, this went viral and spread all over social media. But a few hours ago, police have confirmed that he is, in fact, not the shooter. We don't yet know the circumstances as to why he was apprehended. Maybe he said something, maybe he did something. We don't know what role he played or why he was detained. But the fact is simple, he was not the person who pulled the trigger. I urge everybody to take that seriously, to acknowledge it, and leave this man alone, despite the fact that people have identified him and connected him to a previous crime. In this particular case, there's no confirmed connection, and some people have been spreading false accusations, so let's get that out of the way right off the bat. And now let's move into what we actually know. So we do now finally have confirmed videos of the shooter. We have 2 videos, in fact. I'll go ahead and play those.
If you're considering a HELOC, you need to know about HEI. HELOCs are loans. You borrow, pay interest, and make monthly payments.
Get right up.
Yeah. You think?
So, a question asked to him about white on white crime. He deflected it and tried to make it about black on black crime, and in the same instant became a victim of white on white crime. How ironic does it get? Wow.
He'd already be in place?
You would think that. So there's somebody on the roof right there? Just saying?
Huh.
He just ran from, over, where's my finger? Well, from over there, ran in.
Seeing someone on the roof like that at an event like that, why doesn't it cause mass hysteria like, hey, look, there's a guy on the roof, there's a guy on the roof? Even if you end up false alarm, no threat, why wouldn't that be the reaction? I don't get it. This just happened to Trump.
And now he's right there. Just saying, just...
So in the first clip, you can see an individual perched up on top of the rooftop in the distance. The individual seems to be wearing black from head to toe, significantly far back on top of a roof. And this is eyewitness of the suspect, clearly in a position to shoot. I gotta tell you, I'm a little bit frustrated with the fact that once again, there's a suspicious individual on a roof during one of these events in a clear shooting position, and police weren't called. I'm very frustrated that all-out pandemonium didn't break out there, but rather people just filming and saying, oh, look, a suspicious individual, but I guess you can't blame people for not doing everything they should have. And then in that second video, you see a shot being fired, or you hear the shot being fired, chaos erupts, the entire crowd drops to the ground, and then right there you can see a small little body. Maybe we'll zoom in and play it as I'm speaking here. You see a tiny little black speck pop up, spring up, and start bolting from that position. Well, that was very clearly the shooter, and these 2 clips that are now surfacing online are the only 2 confirmed videos of the shooter. So now we have some confirmed information. Let's talk about what we actually know. We can pull up satellite images, aerial photos of the Utah Valley University campus, and from what we can gather, it seems the individual is on this building right over here. This building is known as the Losi Center at Utah Valley University. And if we zoom in on the Google Maps, it's where the UVU Career Development Center, the UVU UVU Women's Success Center and the UVU Veteran Success Center is, just to add as much detail as possible. Now, I think we can definitely confirm that this is the building if we take a side-by-side here and just look at the architectural structure of this building. You can tell that it pretty much lines up one-to-one. You'll see the shooter perched, and there's multiple levels that kind of step upwards. The side wall also seems to be roughly the same color, an orangish red stone or brick. And Fox News is reporting that this was roughly 200 yards away from where Charlie Kirk was posted during the event.
Boy, oh boy, 200 yards. For those that's not quite familiar with that distance, that's 2 football fields exactly. So all I'm focusing on at this point, realizing that's a hell of a precise shot to hit from 2 football fields away. Oh, my mama.
Bring in now, this is actually, let's start with this new statement from Utah Valley University. We had a speaker, Charlie Kirk, invited by a student group, Turning Point USA, speaking on campus today at noon. At about 12:20, shots were fired from a building about 200 yards from the speaker. Now, this is new. According to the best of our knowledge, the individual was hit and was taken away immediately by his security personnel. That individual, of course, is Charlie Kirk. Campus is closed for the rest of the day, and our campus police have a suspect in custody. So that is new information. 200 from a building, 200 yards from the shooter is the newest information from the university, and obviously
I actually have a vantage point. You can kind of see here. This is basically what the scene would look like from the perspective of this heinous murderer who was perched up on that rooftop. So yeah, obviously not exactly an easy shot. That's where the round was fired from. And naturally, people are already jumping to conclusions and making assumptions. There's claims that this had to have been a professional hit by a trained sniper, maybe even a state-level operation or foreign state operation. Now, I understand why people would jump to that conclusion. It does look precise, it looked calculated, but I don't think we should get carried away just yet. A 200-yard shot with a high-caliber rifle is not necessarily impossible.
That just dawned on me because I definitely was of the mind he just described. You heard me describe how awesome it was to me that he hit that from 2 football fields away. But now he just put me under a whole nother understanding that we lacking, y'all. We slacking. He's saying that's not even that amazing. The average hunter or white outdoorsman that practice shooting, probably there's not the average, but that's not nowhere near the best of impressive. That's crazy. I remember getting a tattoo in Little Rock, Arkansas. I think I was still in my teen years. Yeah. And the tattooer, he was a big old white dude with a long white beard. And he said that he had the 3rd longest confirmed killing in Vietnam. And he named a number of length of football fields that his shot was away from. I can't remember how many he said, but yeah, there's probably a lot of people who, while you walking around here with your switch and thinking you tough, it's probably a lot of weirdo looking people that you think are harmless that could pick you off from a couple of football fields away, and they're not necessarily militarily trained. That's deep.
It doesn't take a Navy SEAL or CIA assassin to make that happen. With basic training, patience, and a decent rifle, I think that distance is achievable even for, somebody who's more casually trained. But again, I don't blame people for asking questions because I'm sitting here asking all kinds of questions. Firstly, how is this allowed to happen? How does someone once again manage to perch up on a rooftop at a major event like this with a weapon clearly visible and not get identified or stopped before pulling the trigger? And really, I think it shows you the sad state of affairs in politics. It's not just the president of the United States or any major Republican candidate that now needs to be exceedingly careful and needs to sweep these areas, needs Secret Service doing a full perimeter in detail. There's clearly a target on any high-profile conservative, and this really starts to put it into clear perspective just how dangerous it is to be engaging in free speech in these public venues. But that right there basically covers all the physical details as we know so far. Now, another crazy part is that somehow this individual was able to be up there and then scale all the way down the building and somehow manage to escape. The suspect is still at large from what we understand, unless things change as I'm recording this video. Now, I'm remaining faithful that hopefully this individual will be apprehended soon. There must have been cameras everywhere. Someone must have noticed an individual walking around in all black-clad gear. We don't have any updates yet, but we do know that Kash Patel was on this thing immediately. The FBI was mobilized on scene pretty much right after the shooting. Police officers were already on scene, and we're also getting
There are about 6 armed men in the backyard of a home right next to UVU campus. Apparently they are looking for another suspect. Maybe another suspect has not been apprehended.
That video shows heavily armed officers moving through a suburban neighborhood near the university. It seems they're scouring a nearby forest. We don't know if authorities have intelligence as to where the individual is or where they suspected the person to have fled, but this is clearly a major operation. This is a full-blown manhunt. And not only is the FBI on every single angle here, but so are internet sleuths. And here comes another point of interest, I guess you could say, a very, very suspicious online post. We've got an account here on X, which operates under the name Omar with the X handle reading as Najra Galves. Not exactly sure. There has been an individual identified, potentially connected to the account. It seems to be a trans identifying individual, but of course I'm not going to show the photo just yet because nothing is confirmed. But basically, here's the suspicious part.
Do you think that was a trans person sitting there waiting for a question about trans? That would be deep.
Roughly 24 hours before the shooting, this was posted on Omar's account. Quote, Charlie Kirk is coming to my college tomorrow. I really hope someone evaporates him literally.
Wow. That could be totally coincidental.
And then follows up by saying, let's just say something big will happen tomorrow.
Oh, well, not so much, huh?
So those are obviously not small words. Could this possibly be the shooter himself telegraphing his intent? Could it be
Mic check. Hold up. So, I don't know what's going on.
was an act of terror, a political assassination in broad daylight? It cannot go unpunished, and I simply have faith that this terrorist will be caught. It's only a matter of time. But those are the updates as we currently have them. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
That may be the case, but I don't think they really ever saw Malcolm X murder, so I'm not a crime fighter, not really concerned with that. I just want y'all, don't let them lie to y'all. Don't forget his last words on my mama.
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Oh my God. Go, run.
The last thing Charlie Kirk talked about before he was shot dead was gun violence. Kirk was hosting his Prove Me Wrong table on a tour in Utah. An audience member asked him this question: do you Americans have been mass shooters over the past 10 years? Kirk's answer was too many. The same audience member then said the answer was 5 and asked Kirk if he knew how many mass shooters in total America had seen in the last 10 years. Kirk's response was a question, and it was the last thing he ever said.
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Oh my God. Go, run. Oh.
So that's unfortunate. Like I said, it's unfortunate what happened. But let's watch how they're turning this into a political. This is a political game. They don't care about Charlie. If they cared about the man, they would have did better with the security, first of all.
The shooter who murdered Charlie Kirk is still at large, and
What the hold up, gang?
obviously the shooter that, or at least the person they believe is a person of interest, is male. And the former FBI assistant director, Chris Swecker, said something kind of interesting on CNN today in regard to the images that were released. I want to share that perspective with you just so you have
That's
more
my girl right there,
comprehensive,
girl. That's my baby.
perspective on what people are saying, who the suspect may be. Take a look.
There's one thing that I think is...
That's my baby right there. It's my favorite show. Well, I ain't gonna cap. This is my second favorite show. I like watching Breaking Point's better. Crystal Ball is better than Anna Kasparian. But Crystal, see, that's the thing. Like, I don't know. Like, it's so hard when you be watching and listening to this information. I'm not right. I'm not on the left. But I listen to a lot of people on the left, but I do listen to people on the right, too. You know what I'm saying? People like Sagar and Jetty. I listen to him, even though he's, like, against everything I be fucking with. He's like up there prohibitionist. He think you shouldn't even be able to drink or smoke nothing. I'm over this bitch off the whiskey and the bubble. But I still fuck with Sagar. You know what I'm saying? I like watching him. Emily, really the whole Breaking Points cast, they give good perspectives. I just noticed that for whatever reason, it just seems to be like the left is more open dialogues. Even if I don't agree with some of the positions, a lot of the positions, it's easier to have an open conversation. It seems like a lot of people be trying to push narratives. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's became the age of propaganda. It's like to try to combat misinformation, you create your own misinformation. It don't make no sense to me.
Yeah. Who the suspect may be. Take a look.
There's one thing that I think is very inconsistent, and it bothers me, and that is that photo that you're looking at right now. That's the photo of this guy blending in. The description that the FBI put out, the description you just heard on that radio, was a description of someone who was in tactical gear, fully kitted out, it sounded like. Now, granted, he could have hit all that stuff, but that hasn't been found. So I'm not sure that, there's an inconsistency there that could actually come back later at a trial to be what I would call exculpatory material.
All right, come with me. I'm going to show you why oats overnight is your new favorite breakfast. It all starts with high quality ingredients. That means
to be quite frank, so far, this investigation, the attempt to find the suspect at large, I don't know, Cenk, it really bothers me that this person was able to carry out this assassination in an event with thousands of people in broad daylight. A single shot to the neck killed Charlie Kirk. And this person so far has been able to get away with it. And so I've got a lot more details, including the weapon that authorities have found that they allege belongs to the shooter. But before I give you all those details, I just want to get your initial thoughts.
Yeah, so this is super strange. So normally what amateurs do is they go in at close distance and they fire a whole bunch.
This my boy right here. Shout out to Cenk Hooger. This my boy. Man, I used to hate Cenk Hooger because he be saying some of the dumbest, like, man, he done said some shit. I'd be like, what the hell? But bro, I fuck with him because he keep it as real as he can keep it. You know what I'm saying? I mess with Cenk. You feel me? I like his whole platform.
Bunch of shots, right? Because they don't want to miss, and they're usually, mentally unbalanced. They very rarely go on a rooftop, plan it out meticulously, take only one shot, be absolutely sure that it was a kill shot, and then get down, get away, maybe switch out of fatigues. We don't find the fatigues. Then later, we hilariously are told that, oh, look at this, we found a rifle in the middle of the woods. It says transgender ideology. Does it? Does it? Well, we're going to get to some of those answers in a little bit as well. So, no, none of this looks like an amateur. And so there's debate about is it easy to hit someone from 200 yards? Do you aim for the neck? Do you not aim for the neck, etc.? But I think that that's an important and interesting conversation, but that's only part of the conversation. The other parts are all these things. He's in fatigues, no, he's not, right? We got him, no, we didn't. But the bottom line, Anna, as we sort all this out, and we're gonna give you all the details here is, are they going to or not? Because it is, and it's a rational explanation, no problem, great, that's awesome, bring him to justice, and we find out what happened. If they don't catch him, you're telling me one shot, he makes a clean getaway, and he wasn't a professional, he was a random psycho? No, I won't believe that. And so they better find him.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And justice, of course, is the most important thing here. But also really fully understanding the motive is incredibly important. I mean, obviously we've had issues in this country with political divisions, and it's inspiring people to say some pretty scary things in the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's killing. And so I'm worried about where we are as a nation. But let me give you some more details about where the investigation currently is. So state and federal officials claim that they have tracked the shooter's movements and recovered what they believe is his firearm, which he allegedly used to shoot Kirk from a nearby roof at Utah Valley University. So this was during the event at Utah Valley University. The Utah Department of Public Safety Commissioner Bo Mason says that the shooter arrived on.
So, Goomba, let me address what you're saying. So, I 100% agree with you. And you saying we need red flag laws. But you know just as good as I do, they're not going to act on the information that they already have access to. They're going to petition to gain access to more information. This is going to turn into, to get what you need done, it's going to turn into, we got to impede on your rights as a citizen of America. That's the whole game. That's the whole game. And that's the only thing that I see as being a problem. And I see why the NRA be getting so much, they be getting so much love, because people recognize a lot of this shit is to take away rights that already are established. Like ever since 9/11, the NSA been going crazy to the point where now we got Palantir, a company that's publicly traded. I've been knowing about Palantir since 2018. One of my homeboys told me to invest into it because he told me, and it didn't make sense back when he told me, but he said, bro, they're invested in a lot of major companies that's gonna blow up. So if them other companies blow up, they gonna blow up. And I was like, what? That don't even make sense. But then the older I got, the more into this investing shit I got, I realized, okay, they tied with I forgot the last name of the dude. I know it's Alex and Peter. The other dude named Peter Thiel, and they got funding from Jeffrey Epstein to the tune of like $40 million, to like implement this tech that's really abusing the rights of the citizens. So Palantir is right, it's ran by Peter Thiel and Alex, I forgot his last name, I think it's Croft or some shit like that. But Peter Thiel is basically the face of it, and Peter Thiel is on the campaign right now doing what's called the Antichrist lectures. He's doing lectures on the Antichrist. This nigga is a transhumanist. Peter Thiel is a transhumanist. These are the people behind Palantir, the technology that they're trying to, or they are currently implementing into the government. They're trying to give it to the IRS. They used it in drone strikes in Palestine. Like, this technology is gonna be, it's gonna be their answer to the gun violence, bro. And that's the problem. They come with this gun violence bullshit, and not the gun violence that we want. Just like everything else, we tell you what we want, and you flip it on its head, give us the opposite of what the fuck we wanted in the guise of what we told you that we wanted. And that's what I want to do. I don't know if it's going to be tomorrow, but the next day, I want to show how the Nazis took what was a grassroots German movement that had nothing to do with that racist shit, but they jumped on what the certain populist talking points was, and they were able to get behind it, and then they galvanized what the races are. And they're doing the same shit right now in America, right? I'm watching it happen where the grassroots, both on the left and the right, agree on certain things, and they're being co-opted by these extreme figureheads to go a certain type of direction that is unprecedented in this region. And I'm knowing it. I'm seeing it. You understand what I'm saying? So the German Communist Party, they was not like the Nazis. And they had to come up on the backs of some other grassroots organizations. I don't want to get all the way into that. But these grassroots organizations are being co-opted. It's not only just the COINTELPRO jumping into black organizations and knocking off Fred Hampton and doing the surveillance of Malcolm X and MLK. It's way, way, way deeper than that. You know what I'm saying? But it's good for niggas to call out what the categories that we in, and that way when the white people show, it's an overlap. We got a Venn diagram and we showing, hey man, it's some overlap over here. It's a lot of surveillance going on to the grassroots, and it's a lot of the grassroots being co-opted into what these intelligence agencies want going on. You understand what I'm saying? But let me let Anna get her shit off, because I'm getting into a different bag.
On campus at 11:52 a.m. local time appear to be of college age, and the images that were just released by the FBI do seem to indicate that the individual was of college age, and that the individual also blended well on campus, blended in well. Now, the gunman went through stairwells and climbed up to a roof to the location in which the shooting was carried out. There are videos of a person on the roof. I'm sure many of you have seen those videos. There's video of the person on the roof then running away after the shooting took place. Now, Mason said that after the shooting, we were able to track his movements as he moved to the other side of the building, jumped off of the building, and fled off of the campus and into a neighborhood. Our investigators have worked through those neighborhoods, contacting anybody they can with doorbell cameras, and have thoroughly worked through those communities trying to identify any leads. So this is insane. I mean, when you really consider the fact that this took place at a public event where a ton of people are attending, when you take into consideration the fact that there are cameras literally everywhere in every community, every neighborhood, every public place, the fact that we don't have a suspect apprehended yet is beyond concerning. Now, according to FBI investigators also collected and will analyze a footwear impression and also a palm print and forearm imprints. Now, let's talk a little bit more about the weapon, Jank. So authorities found a high-powered bolt-action rifle they believe was the weapon used to shoot Kirk from afar. Authorities say that, and this was reported by the Wall Street Journal, authorities say that phrases related to cultural issues were found engraved on the rifle and ammunition. Now, we should proceed with caution, because I was just reading a report indicating that authorities thought that some arrows that were engraved on the weapon or on the bullets indicated some sort of transgender ideology, and later they realized that wasn't the case. But here's what the Wall Street Journal reported as of this morning. The older model 30 caliber hunting rifle was discovered in the woods, wrapped in a towel with a spent cartridge still in the chamber. There were also 3 unspent rounds in the magazine, all with wording on them. But again, investigators found the ammunition engraved with expressions of transgender and anti-fascist ideology inside the rifle. But again, the note of caution I'm referring to was mentioned in the New York Times. A senior law enforcement official with direct knowledge of the investigation cautioned that the report had not been verified by ATF analysis, did not match other summaries of the evidence, and might turn out to have been misread or misinterpreted. So again, things are still very much up in the air. Considering Charlie Kirk's political ideology, it is not far-fetched that this was a politically motivated assassination. I want to be clear about that. I'm not just trying to pour cold water on it, but I am saying this. This investigation so far has been abysmal, absolutely abysmal. And it's because of the endless contradicting information that's coming out. You know, they have a suspect apprehended. Now they don't have a suspect apprehended. It's a person of interest. Now this person isn't a person of interest. You know, the very first thing that happened immediately after the shooting was a video started circulating online of an older man being apprehended by officials, by law enforcement. That person was not a suspect. Look, I'm worried. I'm really, really worried. And the longer this takes, the more violent rhetoric I'm seeing online. And what's more concerning is when you don't have a suspect and you're unable to find a clear motive, that also, of course, furthers some conspiratorial thoughts. And I'm also seeing that online. Cenk.
Yeah. No.
That's a fact. That's a fact, Anna. All the conspiracies, I played them last night. They was pushing. It was some type of left wing active or some type of left wing nut, right? This is what they do. But at the same time, like I said last night, that's the shit that stokes the violence. You radicalizing people, but then you can't determine what their radicalized point looks like. And that's why I feel like this shit is a psyop, gang. Because how the fuck? This shit don't make no sense to me. Like, bro, you know what you're saying is going to make people feel some type of way. You're not just trying to get ratings, right? But then again, bro, this is the climate as well. This is also the climate. Everything is attention-based economy. They've made this attention economy some situations to where now niggas a lot of use to get you to pay attention to them, or niggas will say what you want to hear, or they'll instoke some type of emotion in you based on trying to attain your viewership, and that is deadly, right? Once a view becomes $1, and I'm participating in this shit. I've been participating in this shit, but when they made a view $1, they really made the game different. They really made the game different. And so with the advance of this type of stuff, now you got the social media taking full-fledged. They're not on the back seat. They taking full-fledged. But the Democrats didn't really understand or didn't really see that it wasn't the media that was pushing the narrative. It was the social media. So niggas, I mean, a nigga always know. It's like with the music. The mainstream don't push it. The underground push it. The mainstream bite the underground. So in the media landscape, it became the same thing, right? So the mainstream media, they started to notice their numbers was dwindling compared to these podcasts. So the right wing, they started bringing on these podcasters. They started embracing them. They started putting them on Fox News, giving them real roles. They started having them on, making them household names. Meanwhile, on the left, they was still playing the old analog game. They was having on people saying bullshit, corporate talking points, shit that niggas could see through. Like they just was like, they was just tanking type shit. It looked like they was tanking like they was trying to get a draft pick. But what ended up going on is now they peeping the scene and they saying like, yo, we need to get our points online. Then you got the thing with Chorus. I showed it a couple weeks ago, but I might have to bring it back up. Chorus is a Democrat backed organization. You can look it up. It's called Chorus, Chorus. It's what they call a dark funded, but we know who funds it based on this, like based on everything that came out. It's funded by people who are basically on the Democratic side, who are trying to get influencers to push Democratic points. So they caught on, but they caught on fairly late. So the fact that the Democrats are trying to basically pay influencers to spew their talking points, they're really, that's why I say it's really just you're trying to battle propaganda with propaganda. And to me, that's not gonna win. That's just gonna, it's gonna make the people who was leaning certain ways not go with you. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot at the end of the day, you're the one getting exposed. So like with this whole shooting situation, they got they on Newsmax, on Fox News, Nancy Mace, all these different people have already come out and condemned the left, right? Still in stoking the flames for what they call a civil war. And then what's so crazy, I don't want to cut Jank off here, but I gotta cut Jank off because why the fuck is Nick Fuentes telling y'all? Like, this is crazy. I've been getting on Nick Fuentes ass.
If you're a wine
Why the
lover,
fuck is
this
Nick
is the best wine you
Fuentes
could ever get. This is
telling
meant for the
y'all
wine
that
you've
y'all
probably been seeing.
tripping, trying to instill? Like, this is why I feel like this is a game. This is like he just had an editorial piece in the New York Times, platforming him again. Then this shit comes out, and the stance that he would normally take when Charlie Kirk was murdered, assassinated. Charlie Kirk is his top op damn near, besides Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson. And he's taking a position of, I can't believe y'all let this happen, and why are y'all trying to instoke a civil war? That to me, I mean, it's kudos to him, I guess. But to me, this is like, I don't know what the fuck is going on, bro. I'm not trying to get Alex Jones. I'm not trying to get Candace Owens. So I want to say rest in peace to Charlie Kirk. No, he was definitely paid. I know that. Listen, I've been on the APAC rabbit hole for a long time. I know where the money going and where the money flowing. I stay keeping tech, cause that's the thing. In this game, you have to follow the money. If you're not following the money, it's over with.
Those people are just freaks. The whole like
Hold up, let me pause Jit, cause I ain't
anyone that has any
even tell Jit to play yet. So I found the video. Hold on, man. It's the thing about it. He be on bullshit. So why is he correct right now? When he's pointing out that these extremists, he's supposed to be the extremist, right? So why is an extremist telling the mainstream to chill out? What's going on? Hold up. 'Cause I do not fuck with you. I'm ready to light him up. Hold on. Verbally. I'm ready to I want to debate him. The way he talked to Candace Owens, I want to debate Jit. You know what I'm saying? So I don't understand why he's over here sounding rational. If I can get this motherfucking thing to work right. Hold on, bro. It's just feeling psyopish. That's all I'm saying. And I hate to feel like that because I be going against these niggas every day, calling these niggas pseudo. I hate to be over here coming to conclusions that's contrary to the popular opinion, but it's fucking me over. Hold up, man.
AKA Nick Fuentes, Nick Daisy Fuentes, and how his turn from the Republican Party has gotten, like Tucker Carlson's balloon knot in a shrivel. And so this is him waking up to the mass deportations things. Now, I don't know, having not watched this, I don't know if Fuentes, if Daisy has the ability to grasp, but that there aren't another 10 million illegal immigrants in the country that came in during.
All right, gang. I didn't pull up for your shout out to Hal Sparks, but I ain't pull up for your commentation, gang. I pulled up for what this nigga Nick was saying. Don't make me queue up somebody else, gang. Cause I ought to just go to Rumble right now. I might just do that. Just go to Rumble and just play it straight from his page.
If you want to drop your auto insurance rate, then don't skip this video.
We
Take
don't,
a look.
baby.
I've
We finna skip this
removed my
video.
personal info, guys. From
Don't
100.
even trip. We finna skip this video.
Pullovers, because it looks like you're in a ghillie suit in your mom's basement. But
And this is not,
which is fine.
anything really all that new. It's just that we finally got the data. And as you know,
Oh yeah. So just so you know, I think it was Newsweek. Maybe this is what he's referring to. Hold on. Newsweek FOIA deportation data. Because I've seen a few people flip out about this. Probably what it is. ICE data shows steady rise in immigrants self-deporting, right? Because they filled out their own forms. Yeah, here you go. Total knows January to July.
You know how you losing me.
Rising number of self.
You losing me, how?
The repeatedly touted high deportation, but the Department of Homeland Security and ICE have not published consistent data. Under Biden, DHS shared monthly updates. More generally, there's this. What do we know about them? ICE removals by country. Hold on, let me show you this. He's going about the worst of the worst bullshit. Okay, so was it Newsweek that did it? Hold on.
You got this. I believe in you, Al. You got this.
Under a free, yeah, okay. Yeah, so this is the FOIA ICE documents that they put out that Newsweek requested, and the numbers just suck. Like they're so low compared to Biden's that it's laughable, and you'll see. Like I'm fairly certain that's where he's going.
this has been a big issue of mine for the past couple of years.
Really? Brown foreign people coming into the country has been a big issue for you? You don't say.
When the Trump campaign promised the mass deportations last year,
I think when the Trump campaign promised fill in the blank, it's all been bullshit.
you got to realize what a tall order that really is. And realistically, this is something that has been talked about for a long time. We have an unbelievable, huge illegal immigrant population.
No, we don't. It's completely believable. It's actually lower than it has been. It's about 10.3 million people. It was 11 for the longest time. It's below that number, largely because of COVID, old age, and other opportunities. Also, the rise in labor and the moving of factories to Mexico is one of the things that kept people over there, and that's why you're not seeing as many Mexicans come across the border as you are, say, Guatemalans or Venezuelans or people from other countries, and why it's a mishmash. So, anyways.
We all recognize that it needs the illegal immigration itself has to stop. And a lot of these people that are already here and have been here have to go.
Right. So just he's one of these guys. When Trump says there'll be an honor system on farms and all this stuff, these guys all just explode.
Especially in the past 4 years, when we've had
no, not especially
this record-breaking, unbelievable amount of illegal immigration.
No, not record-breaking, not unbelievable. Vast majority of people were turned away. Even the number of asylum seekers, while large, was absorbed very well. And there were so many people that either died, left,
moved back home because of COVID. They couldn't work in fields or out in, all the jobs that they had that were in hospitality, for example, hotels, restaurants and stuff. All those people basically had to go back home because there were no jobs anywhere, and they could just live here, hoping it passed.
Literally smashing every record on the book by orders of magnitude.
Literally not.
It just has to start going in reverse.
Oh, you mean like Trump said he would do with inflation? Good luck with that, buddy.
That being said, this mass deportation proposal is a huge...
Man, I'm gonna have to go back. Man, I can't do how he doing too much interjecting.
Pretty cool, huh? That's the laser strike system from us here at Vanish. This little bullet drops into just about any gun and works with this app and that.
What did you want to see? Did you want to see me relish and fantasize about violence? Violence that I'll never visit on anyone like Matt Walsh? Matt Walsh puts out a tweet today and says, "We want to put people's heads on pikes." You fucking you will do nothing, you fucking pussy. Don't fucking say that, because you will do nothing, you fucking loser.
It's the black guy in the corner, but they'd rather see a on the corner. They say I'm stealing Nick's clips like I'm stealing Nick's chick, not knowing that I hit him first week for the lick. I said, Nick, I could post here while you post there. Let's run the ads up, then let's meet up over there.
Oh, the vaccine is a biological weapon?
Treason Trump,
That's weird, because it's not killing anybody.
How long do you think Shapiro rubbed his hands for when he saw the clip of you telling your audience to forgive the Jews? You would tell Ryan's father to have mercy to what extent exactly? You are going to sit here and tell me that enforcing the laws would have stopped Carmelo Anthony. BS. What happened to you?
I've been saying the same thing. What is the solution? Are you a Christian, by the way? I'm just curious. If you're not a Christian, then you're not worth even listening to. But on the off chance that you are a Christian, that's the basis of our religion. And that's actually what makes us good. If you're telling me that the reason we have a problem with the Israelis and what they're doing in Gaza, and the black people, what they're doing on the subways and on the football fields, how are we any better if we visit cruelty and revenge upon innocent people from their group? How are we any better? I don't believe in that. I don't believe in vengeance. I believe in justice. And I do believe in forgiveness. Don't mistake what I mean by forgiveness. This is very low IQ. Oh, you turn the other cheek when they're killing us? No, you don't let them kill you. But when you're in a position of power, you dispense with justice in a way that is merciful and charitable. It doesn't, this guy would get the death penalty. In my country, this person's killer would get the death penalty. Carmelo Anthony would get the death penalty. But at the same time, you look at every individual in the country as somebody that's deserving of dignity and respect. It's not, I don't know what you're proposing here.
Listen, like I said, this is his top up. It's like the second time he just said this person. Why is he not saying his name?
You turn the other cheek when they're killing us? No, you don't let them kill you. But when you're in a position of power, you dispense with justice in a way that is merciful and charitable. It doesn't, this guy would get the death penalty. In my country, this person's killer would get the death penalty. Carmelo Anthony would get the death penalty. But at the same time, you look at every individual in the country as somebody that's deserving of dignity and respect. It's not, I don't know what you're proposing here. And on some level, yes, we are called to, I know it's difficult, but on a spiritual level, yes, we are called to pray for everybody. Yes, the killers. Yes, our enemies. And I know that may be hard to understand if you think that this is all there ever is and all that ever will be and all that ever was, but it isn't. We are all sinners. We have all offended God. We're all going to face a judgment. These killers will face a judgment, like we all will, like we will all die. We will all pass. The world will pass someday. And people say, you would forgive that person? Well, do you expect God to forgive you? And people say, but I'm not a killer. Well, you put Christ on the cross every time you sin. Every sin must be accounted for. Every profane word, every sacrilege, every disordered inclination, tendency, all those things you think are so innocent, the victimless crimes, the harmless things, the things you do when no one's watching, you have to pay for that. Who do you think pays for that? Christ paid for it with his blood. The murderer on the subway, equally any one of us. The thief on the cross, anyone. That's our religion. If you're not a Christian, say that. But don't come in and, we're supposed to forgive him. Spiritually, yes. I don't think the government should forgive him. The government must punish him. That is the government's prerogative. The government must punish him. The government must uphold justice. We want righteously guided leaders. We want Christian leaders. But this kind of emotional stuff, when people say, well, would you forget? Do you think Shapiro is rubbing his hands? When you say that, what is that supposed to elicit? We're supposed to feel humiliated. We think of Ben Shapiro. You create this visualization. When you say forgive the Jews, Ben Shapiro's rubbing his hands. What am I supposed to feel? I'm supposed to feel like he's getting one over on me. I'm supposed to feel prideful about that. I'm supposed to feel what? Humiliated. So that's supposed to what? Make me angry? And I'm supposed to be vindictive. I should want him to be unhappy. So I should lash out emotionally. He's insulted my pride. Is that a principle you think we should follow? I'm sure the Jews were rubbing their hands together when they nailed Christ to the cross. They weren't laughing. When there was 2,000 years of Christian domination of the world and they were persecuted, they weren't laughing then.
This is what my prompts used to look like, and this is what they look like now. This is all thanks to this prompt enhance button in augment code.
So even that mindset, this, and I hate the fucking rage bait. Oh, well, they're laughing at you. You don't hate them enough. I don't believe in emotions. I think that emotions can help us in some ways, but when we're trying to discern the truth, when we're trying to discern how to correct our society, emotion doesn't help us. We have to be rational. And that doesn't mean that we should not weigh good and evil. Of course we weigh good and evil, but I think we do that in a way that is not selfish. It shouldn't be an outward expression of sentiment. It should be an expression of righteousness. So I don't like all that. Oh, well, they're rubbing their hands together. Oh, well, would you tell the killer's father to have mercy? The killer's father is right to be devastated. The killer's father, should never exonerate the killer. And on some level should not be expected to give forgiveness, especially if the killer is not seeking it. But on a spiritual level, the message of Christianity is unmistakable. We must be radically forgiving. And that doesn't mean we let people kill us. It doesn't mean that. It doesn't mean we exonerate people of their actions and say the slate is wiped clean. It doesn't mean that we let them live in our neighborhood. But on a spiritual level, it means that we recognize that we're all sinners. There's a spiritual recognition. It's about humility. So, maybe you're not high IQ enough to understand that you're filled. And I get it. People.
Long as he know they not high IQ enough. He talking about he still don't want to live in the neighborhood. Oh my God, boy, Nick is so serious, bro. That nigga Nick is so serious.
Yeah, like this idiot in a live chat says, flat out create a new NSDAP Nazi party. Yeah, great idea, dude. This is what I'm talking about. We should just make another Nazi party like Hitler. It's just like this low IQ knucklehead stuff. It's just got to be driven out. It can't be allowed to dominate. There must be a sustained effort at the very top to suppress that brutally and with discrimination, with prejudice. then what is the movement to be based on? Is the movement supposed to be about, being resentful? Because I think resentment is bad, actually. Who will make the new symphonies? Who will make the new cathedrals? Who will invent the futuristic cities, the new aqueducts, who will write the poetry? Are these people that are going to be grumbling Matt Walsh's bitching about anti-white racism? No. No. The people that are going to build our future for us, the people that are going to build our revival civilization, they're going to be people that need to hear a different sort of message, an uplifting message, a message that looks upward, that points upward.
This isn't just a wallet, it's a rare find. There's something different.
So this right here, but like I said, this whole dynamic, this shit been throwing me off. Ain't gonna lie, I'm about to take a shot. This shit been throwing me off. Why in the fuck? Cause I don't fuck with Matt Walsh at all. I hate, I don't hate, I hate his message. Let me say that. I hate his message. He's a freaking goofball. Damn, I want to slap the shit out of this nigga Nick because I'm agreeing with him right now. I can't stand when I agree with a motherfucking racist boy.
Different about owning something almost nobody else has. That's why when Ridge dropped their limited kintsugi collection, I had to grab one. Inspired by the Japanese.
For the last several weeks, Nick Fuentes has been popping off, getting millions and millions of views. Today, we're going to be watching a clip that I think perfectly illustrates why he's been popping off, why he's been blowing up on social media. So my name is Joshua Hames. Welcome to the Daily Dose, Christian, conservative, cultural comment.
Hold up, just I guess what talking about popping off. Who is what TikTok is he watching talking about popping off?
Commentary where we apply the word of God to the world around us. And let's jump into it. So I'd never really followed Nick Fuentes before. I didn't even know what he looked like before just a few weeks ago. But for the last 4 weeks, all of a sudden, maybe you've seen this, he is everywhere, all over different clips, all across different platforms. And that tells me something. All right, that tells me that his message is resonating, and it's resonating with a lot of people. So over the past 3 or 4 weeks, I've probably watched like 20 to 30 hours worth of clips from this guy, whether it's from his show or from other commentators that are commenting on the clips from his show. And my conclusion, my prediction is this. Nick Fuentes is not going anywhere, all right? He's not just going to fade away into obscurity. He seems uncancelable, right? And that is much to the chagrin of the Republican establishment. I really do believe that Nick Fuentes represents like a general direction, a mood, a general direction that our country is headed right now, these America First ideas. And now this is not a blanket endorsement of the man. I actually have many moral objections with a lot of what he has to say, a lot of his message, but I think it's incredibly important for us as Christians to understand why he's blowing up. Why is he blowing up right now?
Is this not what happened with Trump? I could have swore when Jit too young to run, but I'm just trying to figure out what's going on right now. Cause I'm like, they did the same thing with Buddy. Like everybody know they ain't agree with his moral compass as far as Trump is concerned, but they was like, "Ooh, he got the ideals that I can get behind." They saying the same shit with bruh. They like, listen, Christians, we're gonna. I don't agree with him morally, but let me tell you where I agree with him. Come on, Ned Flanders, you gotta pop it a little different. I'm gonna listen to you though. I'm gonna hear you out real quick.
Up right now? Not only that, we also need to think about how Christians should respond to the meteoric rise of Nick Fuentes. So let's jump into the clip from the video.
Thomas Cruise sent $50. Comments lit you up because PPL think you backpedaled on race and nerve it about moving past anger. What's your take on that sentiment? To me, it's LARPers wanting you to be something unrealistic, while they're taking a stance normies are more willing to consider openly. I think are aware of and using the opportunity. La La Land 10 tenths by the way Ryan Gosling is so me.
At the end of the day, when it comes to that, we can't always be trying to please the most aggrieved element. You know, it has to move past a politics of resentment. It has to be more than that. So, yeah, I mean, look, people are going to be upset. People are not going to get it, but my job is to lead. My job is not to fill, and listen, you know, I know that I'm on a run right now. I'm very popular right now. And what happens when you get popular for one or another thing is then people start expecting you to be a people pleaser. And I'm not here to be a people pleaser. I'm here to be a leader. That means I'm right before everybody else. That's what it means to be a leader. It means I'm right. I'm right before everybody else. It means I see the whole vision. I am going to take you to the promised land. And you're not always going to get it. And you're not always going to like the way it sounds. And sometimes it's a little messy or clunky or something. But, you know, I never tell you, trust me. I never say, trust me, believe me. I say, watch me.
So I noticed about all these, well, about all these guys, when they grift on the low IQ, it's very red pillish. And now I remember why I clicked on brush it because all these videos that I put into this stream, it's a reason behind it, right? But with brush it, you know, so like I ain't gonna lie, I'm off the whiskey, I hit the bubble, so I'm listening to bro like how I done moved past how the video before this, I forgot why I even put him in here to even speak on him. He lost me. But I remember why I brought this. This is right here is an indication, and I want to show how all of this, a lot of this stuff, they grifting on this red pill. The red pill fell apart. Probably, I don't know, 2022, 2021, probably right around the time the crypto crash. Red pill fell apart. And everybody been grifting the red pill niggas and the red pill white guys and the red pill ladies, because it is red pill girls. They've been grifting them with their talking points, with their style of rhetoric, and that's what you're looking at. He's basically talking down on them, calling you a bitch, telling you ain't got enough money, you need to do push-ups, you need to get behind him, he gonna tell you how to be a man, and they get his boy money. Same concept. Right? It's grifting off the low IQ at its finest. Gotta stay swept. So I don't think I'm gonna buy a suit. I don't know. You think I need a suit for this game? I might need a suit. I'm type of nigga ain't got a suit though. You can't show the Cuban link with the suit on, can you? That's my problem. I ain't draw all the way up.
And what happens when you get popular for one or another thing is then people start expecting you to be a people pleaser. And I'm not here to be a people pleaser. I'm here to be a leader. That means I'm right before everybody else. That's what it means to be a leader. It means I'm right. I'm right before everybody else. It means I see the whole vision. I am going to take you to the promised land. And you're not always going to get it. And you're not always going to like the way it sounds. And sometimes it's a little messy or clunky or something. But, you know, I never tell you, trust me. I never say, trust me, believe me. I say, watch me work. Have I ever said, no, guys, really, you need to trust me, and here's why. I say, you're with me or you're against me, but in a year, we'll see who's fucking right. I've always said that about everything. You know, in 2018, we were feuding with Richard Spencer and the right stuff, and people wanted me, oh, you got to debate Richard Spencer. I said, you know what? Let's just see where we are in a year. I said, let's just see where we are relative to each other, and we'll see who wins. You know, there's a lot of talk and people talk and you listen to what I say and you form your, you know, opinion on it, even though you know half of what I know for the most part. I always say, don't believe me. Don't trust me. I don't need you to believe me or trust me. I need you to watch me work. I will act. You will react. I will act. I will drive the conversation. You will be left a year later wondering how I predicted it. I will tell you the future today. I will pick apart the things that are incomprehensibly complex to you. You will watch, you will listen, you will react, and in a year, you will say, how did he get it? How did he predict it a year in advance? How does he know all this? You will be left wondering. So, you know, when I say what I say about race, which is we have to move beyond grievance and bitterness, if you take that as backpedaling, it shows you really don't understand what we're about.
Okay, first observation, we'll do this really quick. He is moving past the politics of resentment. That's the first reason that I think he's blowing up. And secondly, you can just watch the way that he communicates. Look at his rhetoric skills. He is incredibly confident. He's incredibly charismatic, and he is positioning himself as a leader. And he's not apologizing for anything. I think men, especially men right now, are looking for other men who will grow a spine and lead out with conviction. Okay. Now, like I said, I have some strong disagreements with many of his views, but you can't watch that.
Look at he like he finna go jack him off. Hey, cuz, you gotta relax, cuz. Look, hold on, let me put it back. Fam, you gotta chill. You gotta, I gotta take a breather on that one, gang. Hey, bro, he's he's got conviction. Listen, bro. Like I said, he's attacking these um these red pill guys who are looking for a role model. They're looking for a father figure, looking for somebody to show them how to get girls. Let's keep it real. Looking for somebody to show them how to get girls, somebody to show them how to be cool. Let's keep it real. Like they look, these is guys looking for father figures. Like it's hilarious. I had to stop. I had to just, like I said, this guy's very passionate, very passionate. But I want to play True Stories video from a couple of months ago because the, Mr. Atkins came in the room and he asked me why I had this as my picture. So when I started this, I'm pretty sure this incident happened. I'm thinking like over 7 days ago now, I think. But it just became popular for real for like a couple of days ago, probably like 3 days ago. And the narrative around it has all been about this degenerate black criminal. You know what I mean? And then when I'm looking at the image, I'm like, where have I seen this image before? That's where I really started. I'm like, man, where have I seen this image? Like, I'm feeling like this too, like the way that this going, it's too, it was like almost, I don't want to say symbiotic because that's like, it sounds too spiritual, like too pseudo. But like, I'm thinking like, yeah, why this man got an orange hoodie on the news and they blasting this man? He got orange on they got the bill. He done hit her up with the blade, with the pocket knife. Hey, then Truth does some shit about it. Man, I'm tripping. So I had to go back and I started watching the video. I wanna pick up and shout out the True Story. I wanna play some of this because this video really put me on a lot of things, but I wasn't really, it wasn't nothing that I was surprised by when I seen it, but the fact that I didn't know about it, you know what I mean, it's just something to learn every day. So I don't want to see. I don't watch. See, like I said, I went back and watched. I didn't watch the whole thing again. So I'm trying to get a good jump off point to show what we're looking at. They show the blaze here? Matter of fact, let me go back to what I was just saying. I might have been just right there. So I'm gonna just let Truth cook for a minute.
Lord have mercy, Jesus. God help us all, Dab. Help us all. Popular culture done got us in a chokehold. Pause. All right. So that's diamonds too, by the way. This whole song is about you wearing fake paste diamonds. So you're gonna see many of the minstrel outfits with these fake paste diamonds on them. That's an essential part of the minstrel character. Here's another one for you. I want you to see them full 3D, not 3D, whatever this is, what they look like. This was the face of popular culture. But I'm going to show you this for a second. Let me just see if I can find a book. Because if I can find a book, then I'll show y'all. What did I put it as? Just give me a second, y'all. I'm just trying to find a book so I can go through it with y'all and y'all can see and get disappointed, and hopefully people will cry along the way. You know, I like shit like that. Come on, man. Don't make me work for this. Why don't you just pop up? All right. I think I could find it just on the internet. Bear with me 1 second. Let me just put it over here, see if I can get it. Where do I put it on? I gotta put it on here. Pardon me, y'all. I'm just trying to get this book up so I can show y'all. Is this it? No. I can't find it at the I can't find it at the moment, but I will. Shit, y'all here. It's July 4th. Y'all ain't doing shit. You know what, man? We got some good stuff out the way. Let's just get crazy. Yo, check this out. The reason that before Mad Magazine and all this other shit, right? They got whole industries and how do you call it? And content making fun of your silly asses. All right, which births a lot of stereotypes. Let's just fucking show them. One of the magazines is called Judge Magazine. This issue is 1895. Right up here. I'm sorry, y'all. What is here? The hand-me-down suits. I'm sorry, y'all. Look at the suit. Look at your dandies. Look at all the images that I've shown you. I talked about rag pickers and everything, why the clothes are mismatched. Let's see the poem that they made about the hand-me-down suit. There comes a time at the season's close, does you catch on when the summer suit for half price goes, don't you see? And the checkered pants by the dummy shed, well, I smile, to be sunburnt cutaway coat is wed, and there you is. Just crease the pants and bag the coat. Don't give it away and hunch up the vest around the throat. I've been there. You'll pass for a fella just back from the springs. Oh, come off. What forgot his trunk with his winter things, I should remark. But the summer hat is what gets me. You're almost right. They am all called and from A to Z. Ain't that so? There's the hat and shoes, mind the proverb, friends, way out of sight. About adjusting the means to the ends that gives me the laugh. Now, yeah, that's a silly ass fake poem. But you see that it's more about the image. There you go. That look that you hold on to, that Willie Dynamite shit that y'all got in your atmosphere, you see where it's coming from, right? The minstrel show. Let me go back here. Let me see what else can we run through. Actually, there you go. I'm make y'all. This gonna be on the t-shirt, y'all. This shit hard. I'm sorry, y'all. I know I'm ignorant as fuck. Okay, look, I told you, Judge's Library. As you can see, this one is 1892. As you can see, I'm not making it up. 1892. Well, you on your Great Migration once again. This is some popular culture. And you a bunch of gamblers. Here you go. Black man sitting there, but did you look closely? What does he have in his back pocket? Somebody say, what? Okay. Y'all see that, right? You know, he got the razor in his pocket. Y'all see that? He got his own $1.50. And since it's the holiday, and since we are here, we ain't over yet, but let's just take this celebration break.
Wait, wait, wait.
Woo! Look at that collar. Look at that collar. Look at the collar. Look at the collar. Y'all don't get the whole thing yet. Get the hell out of here. You lucky I gave you that much, goddammit. No way, Jose. No, no, no. We got to get through some more boredom first. But you see the razor. So y'all guys will get it sooner or later. This emphasis on the razor, you got to realize, is not coincidence. It's going to break your heart. Judges Magazine had a whole issue dedicated to who? Coons. All about our colored brethren. Coons. Ain't no Booker T in this picture. Making fun of you. See the suit again? See the tie? See popular culture. Two big magazines, you guys can look it up. Judge Magazine and Puck Magazine. Filled with exploitation of you. Here you go on Judge's Library. What they got the little pickaninny doing? Making fun of your children's too. Think it's a game? And since we here and it's July 4th, we're going to make the exploitation day. Because why? I told you about the children. I told you how this affects generationally. You think it died back then, and I'm going to show you something. Where's it at? Let me just find it, goddammit. Let me find one. So, folks, when the little children's is, for Christmas, what are they asking White Santa for? I want one of those monkeys that climb a string, a dancing coon, and a big wagon. What the hell? A dancing coon? Some kid won as a Christmas present? What is that? Well, here's one for you, smart niggas ready to cry. It's called the Alabama Coon Jigger. And it was a mechanized device where it was a dancing coon. Popular mechanical toys, Alabama Coon Jiggers, the dancing coon. All you known for is dunking and dancing. The dancing coon, an interesting wind-up toy with plenty of action, just the thing for kiddies Christmas. Christmas gift. The kids are writing newspapers wanting an Alabama coon jigger and coon dances. Once again, literary work, since you don't believe me and you rather believe Dwight and them. And no, that's not in the book. You only get that here, but here you go. Because you might want to, I don't believe the random nigga on the internet. I'll believe the white in them, no. Well, there you go. Now back to the primaries. I don't need no patty ten. It's the goddamn primaries. Huh? Ham and Sam, the minstrel team, is another toy. So the children's want dancing niggas for Christmas gift. The children's are going to the movies, seeing exploitative images of you shucking and bucking and dancing and such. Children. Well, guess what those children were? And then, what is this, 1902 or whatever, 22? They become parents and grandparents and pass on the tradition of how you should be viewed. You're viewed through the lens of popular culture. And they celebrate your exploitation, coon balls, minstrel shows, police matinees. What you just say? Yeah, I'll get to that one too. I'll throw that one in there for you too. But you understand this now, right? Since you don't believe me, 1916. Dear Santa Claus, I'm a little boy, 6 years old. I go to school and I'm in the first grade. My name is Joseph Chambers. I wish you would please bring me a master builder set, a bell, violin, dancing, coon. Asking Santa Claus for a dancing coon for Christmas. Lord have mercy, Jesus, help us all. Get it? Here's a picture. There you go. Alabama coon jiggers. Every kitty wants one of these dancing coons. Don't make them cry. Don't make them cry. Oh, man. I mean, you see, I could show you a whole lot of shit, but I don't want you niggas crying. Which one did I show you? I will. How about this? This might make you cry a little bit. In the newspaper, what do they got for little children and adults? They got dancing coons. But what do you have to do? You got to put the discombobulated, cut up Negro together. And once you put this discombobulated, cut up Negro together, you can make him dance. God damn. Woo! Woo! NWA, can you dance too? Now, when you got the audacity to go and kill your brother and then create a dance around it, which is this part of this drill shit, you are entertainment for them. You're not showing none of us how tough you are. You're showing that they wound you up and let you go out there and do it for their entertainment. Kill each other and dance about it, nigga. Sorry to be so direct, but I don't know what y'all think is going on, whether we make a few dollars from it or not. Go kill each other and dance about it, and then we'll be on TikTok and subtly take it and do your death dance, dummies. Kids all over TikTok doing death dances. Oh, what's that really dance? Oh, no, that's when the kid got shot and how he fell to the floor. Better yet, you kill each other over God knows what and whatever type of justifications you got for it. Next thing you know, the Crip dance is right up there with the cha-cha slide. You ain't had to be a Crip to do that in 30 years. Well, how long Snoop been around? 20, 30 years at this point. Who are the Crips? Oh. And then you go, wait a minute. Yeah. Granted, they're a group or whatever it is, but yeah, that's a death dance. Because the same people doing it will pop your top off in 2 seconds. And then show you how tough they are by dancing about it? We are so goddamn confused out this bitch. Dancing killers? Corey, help me out. This nigga, listen, these little niggas got 6, 7, 18 bodies and got the time after being a goddamn sociopath to dance about it? Oh, hell no. There's something wrong with these niggas. Y'all scared to say it. Dancing and drive-bys? Oh, shit. But when popular culture is a weapon and you do your homework, you'll see that you didn't even start that shit. The white folks did it. While making fun of you. Then your silly asses made it real. Dummies. Anywho, you're in the paper, dancing coons, cut the fuck up. You think they care about your body? Yes, it's just a little puzzle, but it's the point behind it. You don't understand what they're saying about the black body? It has no value. Cut them niggas up. Electrocute them if you need to. Shout out to George Stinney, who died around this damn time. Shout out to Emmett Till around this time, and the Scottsboro Boys too. Do you know that this is the height of the lynching era in America? Nerd Tom again, he done mention another one. Because y'all think he just be talking. You're going to learn and you're going to follow the fuck along whether you like it or not. You're going to pay attention to me on July 4th. You're going to learn something new, goddammit. It's called the nadir. The nadir is a low point, right? And then if we go, what is the nadir of American race relations? You will find out 1877 after those 13, 14, 15 run into them issues with Reconstruction and all that. Well, guess what emerges in popular culture? All over the place. Negro beasts. I showed you the books. Negro menaces, Negro brutes. To lead to them wanting to harm you now that you're free. Hang you now that you're free. Lock you up on some damn chain gang. Because everything associated with you now, this is the fucking key. You were not thought that way when you were on them plantations under their systems. They made you what? Oh, happy Jim Crow and mammy ham boning nigga. But once they can't control you, oh no. Without our control, they will be menaces. Popular culture switches on you. Ain't no more choking on a ham bone songs. Now you are the bully. Now you are the dangerous black man, the coon of all coons, but you're the dangerous coons, barber man. Barber man, yes, you was once a barber and a foundation and the root of that community. That same weapon in your hand, barber man, we're going to flip. It's not a tool of liberation anymore. Barber man has significant roles in the community. Shout out to Alonzo Herndon and others. But now that same razor is violence and a weapon. Same razor that they use to master the tonsorial, Tonsorial arts. So when popular culture can switch on you, you see the effects. Why? Because if I just go Control F and go lynch, really? Lynch, I can go here and you will see lynchings. The defining characteristic of a lynching, yada, yada, yada. I'm not going to get into all that. The height of lynching was during this nadir of race relations, which is coinciding with the image that is being projected in popular culture. The dangerous, slick coon becomes a justification because the acts, look what you're doing. Look at the image of you. Hang them high. Booker T. Washington, this is where the issue comes in. The situation called the most prominent black leader during the period, Booker T., early part of the nadir, he had argued that black people could be better themselves by doing hard work and being thrifty. You see? That's his whole thing. This is what Du Bois's problem was. Like, yo, it's not a matter of just hard work. It's a matter of we got to agitate the system for change. Agitate means push and try to break in. You know what I'm saying? The system. Because in this system, no matter what we do, we're going to be viewed by them because they control the media. This is why, put the pieces together for you slow. You'll pick it up. What was Du Bois' position in the NAACP? Anybody know? Because most of you niggas think he ran it. Not most of you, because people in here pretty well informed. Most people think he ran. He did not run shit. W.E.B. Du Bois' highest position in the NAACP was head of the goddamn magazine. The magazine. Okay? He didn't trust them niggas like you think he did. You don't remember the Niagara movement. You might want to do some homework on the Niagara movement. God damn it. Fuck it. We here. Why did I say that? Because the Niagara movement was an attempt by black folks to try to do it without the white dollar. And they ran into problems. Why? Because niggas ain't got enough money as a people. We didn't. I know you like to say, well, we put all our money together. You know, the point is, sometimes you can't squeeze blood from a rock or whatever the goddamn expression out of messed up is. Well, the Niagara movement tried to do it without white help. That's why they ran into problems, because they ran out of funding to do things. Did you know that? Well, when the Niagara movement has its issues and they realize that they don't have funding, well, what the hell pops up? White money, niggas. That's where the NAACP comes from. They were able to add the money to keep it going. The Niagara movement, which was all us, we struggled with that. White folks go, oh, I can throw a few dollars, this, and get the government to give you some money or whatever. All about images. I could spend forever on that, but this ain't about that, goddammit. I'm really trying to find this book. Could I show you? I'm pissed off I can't find it right now. But what was I at? Dancing Coons, right? Y'all still want some Dancing Coons, or y'all disgusted by that yet? All right, there's another thing that I want to add to this. As I mentioned music, right? What are the roots of and I hope you knuckleheads is in here, because I want to do a whole thing on this, because I need more Negroes to get clarity on this. What is the birth of the modern music industry? I'll look in the chat in a second. Music industry. What do you attribute that to? Like, okay, what bursts this music industry? And no, it's not from those 17 or 1600s, nothing like that. No. I'll look in the chat in a second. I just can't. Yo, I can't front y'all. You're mad over here. Yo, one day I need to give y'all access. Yo, remember yesterday I did that, or the day before, on Charles Reason, and I tried to tell you all that, show you all that stuff about that secret society. Who you know got actual pictures and primaries. Remember Charles Reason, who I told you was what? Who was Charles Reason, y'all? That's right. The first black professor in the college. A polymath, a genius. Who you know got pictures drawn by him when he was a kid? You see that? Charles Reason. Who you know? I think, was this James McCune? Well, this is Charles Reason again. Who you know got drawings when he was a kid? I swear I need Jesus. Here you go. Oh, damn. Y'all lucky. Patrick Reason, his brother? Here's when he got indentures. Okay. Black folks, it was good to get indentures. This is 1820s, 30s, right? This is how you got. So Patrick Reason, who was Charles Reason's brother and also in the African Free School, this is his indenture. So now you guys can see what an apprentice indenture looks like. That Patrick Reason, a colored youth boy, now aged 17 years, on the blah, 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 blah. And he's going to be an engraver, which he did end up becoming. But that's the paperwork for that. And that's Patrick Reason's signature right there. Y'all niggas, come on, y'all. This is who's this? Philip White's pharmacy. Yeah. Yeah, I'll be having all type of. This is all the work that Patrick Reason did. This is Maryland in Africa. This is what John Brown Russwurm ran. Let me see what else is in this one. Damn. All right. Side note, let's go back here. We ain't gonna get too all over the place. You know how I could get like, oh, what y'all want to see? I got that too. Now, Dancing Coons, wasn't we? Yeah. Let me see the chat for a second. Peace, everybody. Dahudi, the cheat sheet was yeah, Dahudi got the cheat sheet. Can I get a witness sheet music? Y'all want to see? You want to see sheet music? That what y'all want to see? What do you mean remix of the music in it? Yo, all right, goddamn it. Ebony done made look, y'all, and I'm just half joking. My biggest hater in the world is in the building, goddamn it. Can't do shit right as far as Ebony is concerned. God damn, brutal. What up, Ebony? But here's the point. Since Ebony wants to go there, goddamn it, I did ask the questions, what are the roots of the music industry? Ebony, goddamn it, well, now you don't force me to remember out this bitch. So here we go. Ebony and others. Tin Pan Alley. That's where it comes from. Smart niggas. Why does it keep jumping to a new tab? I don't know why does it keep doing that. You see this? Now let's read. Tin Pan Alley was a collection of music publishers and songwriters in New York City that dominated the popular music of the United States in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. That's the birth, and I use the word modern, music and entertainment business. Originally referred to specific location on West 28th Street, whatever. Okay? The start of Tin Pan Alley usually dated to about 1885 when a number of music publishers set up shop in the same district of Manhattan, so forth and so on. Origin of the name, whatever, it was about the pots and pans that they were banging, and what have you. Origin of song publishing. Who did that? It was in Tin Pan Alley. Why is that important? Because when you talk about the Jewish role in this, remember Yiddish theater about a half an hour or so back? Remember the song sheet? I told you they were the song sheet sellers as well. Well, here we are, right here at the birth of the modern music and entertainment business. Who is there? The Jewish people, my niggas. Do you see how this comes? It's not Illuminati. They were locked out of the white collar professions and did this because it came from peddling. They were peddlers. They sold, they got their hand on something and sell it. And they went around the country peddling, not just New York City. So they knew the market and what people want. So now, because y'all be thinking he just be making stuff up, right? I got to do this for you. Jewish peddlers. So you know I'm not making this shit up. If you want the book, here's the book. I got it where I saw the cover. Let me go back. Where's the book? Because I want to make sure you get the right one. Here you go, right here. If you want the book, there it is. Roads Taken. You niggas won't ever call me a lie. I actually read these goddamn books. Unlike some of these other people just showing covers, I read them. So anyway, you see the Jewish peddler came over here selling all this stuff, so he knew what the people wanted. He knew the markets where certain things would sell. When you go back to Tin Pan Alley and see these things, you'll see that the copyright control of melodies was not as strict, and publishers would often print their own version. They would say, okay, you made a hot song, Dahudi, I could take that and put on my own version. So now they began to have stronger regulations. And what comes out of that? Oh, matter of fact, here you go. Remember I told you about Yiddish theater? Why do they have the Yiddish cowboy here? A Yiddish cowboy trying to change the image of the Jews through popular culture. Anybody listening? This ain't the Jewish article. This is Tin Pan Alley. Remember the Yiddish theater I told you about earlier? Well, lo and behold, here this shit come up again. Many Jewish immigrants became music publishers and songwriters on Tin Pan Alley. You're welcome. Stop thinking it's Illuminati. There's a method to this. Learn it, and you'll learn history along the way of a number of things. Right in the article, many Jewish immigrants, the peddlers and otherwise, became music publishers. You know what the hustle was? These people were genius. You got to study. Yo, the song sheets cost, let's say, 3 cents to make. They turn around and sell them for 15 cents to 25 cents. Huh? Tripling up off of every song sheet sold. That's how they did it. Okay, yo, I could get these printed for cheap and sell it for more. Print it for cheap, sell it for more. Now I'm gonna get the exclusives. Oh, nah, I don't want nobody else trying to sell my stuff. I'm gonna lock it down. Copyright comes into play. Image protection, all these protections. Why? Because they done set it up and don't. God damn it, will you niggas listen? Right in the article. This is the birth of the music. Do you understand now when you have Jerry Heller, Rick Rubin, Leo Cohen? Why? It's in conjunction with, at the time, where the Jewish people, as a people, they're coming over here. They seem to be the dirty ones that the people call them, right? They're calling them all the people the dirty ones, the this, and that, the thieves, and all this other shit that's historically been put on them. They're trying to clean up their image. Hollywood is the land of images. Hurt people, so they exploited someone else for a come up. That's the other part of it. They was hurt people and they said shit. Hurt people. Who did they hurt? They hurt you. You dancing and Dunkin' Darky. Hurt you. Because what does this lead to? It leads to, watch this come back around. As Shapiro, Bernstein, and Co., Louis Bernstein recalled taking his plunging races at Madison Square Garden, yada, yada, yada. Initially, Tin Pan Alley specialized in melodramatic ballads. Why is this important? Anybody catch the clues I said earlier? What was made of one of the main emphasis of Yiddish theater? Didn't I say melodramas? Didn't we see Al Jolson in The Jazz Singer singing a melodramatic ballad about Mammy? Is anybody listening? I hope so. Jews everywhere grown. They say he ain't talking about nothing. They don't get it. God damn it. Didn't I tell you the Yiddish theater? I showed you Al Jolson putting on blackface. I ran to the whole thing high. That was kind of a disappointment, you going that route, but the hell with it. And sing a melodramatic song in blackface and Mickey Mouse gloves about Mammy. Those were the songs that were pushed at the beginning of the modern music business. But it embraced the newly popular styles of the cakewalk and ragtime music, controlling the dancing and singing of the Negro from the beginning. Lord have mercies. Anybody listening? From the beginning. All right? Tin Pan Alley also acts as another approach to modernism. This can be seen in the use of certain influences, such as a vernacular African American impact coming from ragtime coon songs, the blues, and jazz. drops the mother effing mic. Now, what birthed the music industry? When I told you 1,000 goddamn times, you won't believe me. Believe your lying eyes and what Dwight and them told you, because you rather hear from Dwight to give us some validation. I told you, coon songs birthed the modern music business, and it wasn't you. It was May Irwin and her folks bringing out that dangerous black man bully gangster music. You niggas wasn't doing it. You niggas didn't have the attitude yet. Out of this comes ASCAP. ASCAP comes out of that. Why? To protect them. Was founded in 1914 to aid and protect the interests of established publishers and composers. Who were they? We saw who they were. And they made it a fraternity or secret society because new members were only admitted with sponsorship of existing members. Do you think they let you in there? That boy good. You can say what you want. Anybody see that? Anybody see that? At the root of this, there's one more thing because I got to get out of here. I'm not Captain Negative completely about this, because what I like to do is show you, because you begin to appreciate what your people actually fought for. And so what I mean by that, in the midst of this, what's going on, you do got a shining light. And it got a name you should never forget. I'm going to show this real quick before I get out of here. Present. You always have music but can't name or show one damn song. What I do now? Me? Hold on. Look, this is the shining light. I think I saw Chris just coming here. Please, Chris. Gotham Addicts. This is so dope for our people. So they were in New York. That's the Gotham part. But they took Addicts from who? Crispus Addicts. This is a music company. This was ours. Look at what we were doing. And this is not an exploitation, but that was just a song called Bandana Land and whatever was country, right? Williams and Walker, not in blackface here, in their regular face. The song sheet covers that they produced were not coon song sheets. The Gotham Addicts was created to fight the negative coon songs and the Al Jolson and Eddie Cantor exploitation type of songs. Black folks, right? And this leads to, it should be in this article, our first record label. Anybody know, Dev, what was the first black record label? You better hope you get it before, put it in there before I put it in. All right, I'm going to start going. Black. I'm not looking at the chat. Swan Records. And here you go, folks. Here's the last jewel of the day. Our first record company was Black Swan Records. It was founded in 1921. So we take control, the best. There's a whole nother, oh man. Do I do this? I'm just going to give you a preview of what I might do the next one on. Because now those folks who have Black Swan Records are up against something else. And that something else is what they're doing to, give me a picture real quick so I can show them. What they're doing, you're up against race records, but these race records are exploiting. I'll use that for now. It's a holiday. Because those blues records You think coon song era was bad? I ain't really showed y'all the shit that come from the blues era. Lord have mercy. I'm just trying to find you one or two that I have here that I could show you the type of craziness. Hold on one second, y'all. Just trying to find something. Shit, always want to be slow when I'm. Okay. I'll just do this. Share this tab. Here goes your gambling. Right. This is what are they called? Race records. So what do you think the subjects are going to be about? You being gamblers, right? Let's get some more real quick. Well, I'm sure I got the ones where you were in prison too, and you got prison blues. Where's my damn? I forgot what I put it under. Where's the prison blues? So you come in and they got to fight this. So here you go. This is 1930 now, right? Washboards get together. Same minstrel faces that we've been seeing at this point almost a century. Now you got the Memphis Jug Band. I told you we getting into the blues era, right? And this is what the blues people got to walk into, right? Same images, same stuff. Now we're in blues. We're not talking ragtime, and we're talking blues. And these are race records using the same type of subject matter, bad luck dice. Gambling niggas, killing niggas, prison niggas, right? That's the content. I'm sure some of you can slowly see how this subject matter ends up with you standing on a corner shooting 4, 5, 6 and all this other stuff, right? You did not invent that. So maybe it's under race records, I put it. Race records. Oh, yeah. Hell yeah. Real quick. Here you go. PDQ blues, lazy man right there. Boom. But there's more graphic ones. Hopefully I can find them real quick because I really gotta go. Come on, man. Fucking hate the way they did this new shit. There's the gambling. Here you go. I got Hoodoo. That's the classic one. Nigga scared. Bulging eyes. Boom. Race records. These are now race records, which mean that this race records, as you can see, have this subject matter and is your exploitation. Just take yourself down to your nearest Brunswick dealer, lending the ear to the latest Brunswick race records. You'll hear dance music that'll start you shuffling, low down, sobbing blues that are mighty appealing. So what are your blues? Your blues, let me just put this little nugget. Your blues are the problems that you're going through on your migration and where you are in the world at that time. That's where their blues is coming from. Man can't get a job. Man lost his lady. Man does this. All them type of things. They take that and exploit that. They encourage you to do that because it sounds similar to them Jesus Come Save Me songs you were singing on the plantation. Your misery is entertainment for them. And I'm mad that I can't find y'all the prison blues and all that. Here's another one. Mysterious Coon. This ain't a coon song. This is Columbia Records. Okay. Is now putting out Mysterious Coon. This is 1928. Mysterious Coon, y'all. See? What's his racket? What's he do? Coon ain't went nowhere. We are in 28. That shit started in 1895, really. Just came to town. What's the song about the bully song I play? I'm a Tennessee nigga who just came to town. Looking for the nigga trying to, yeah. You just come to town. You know what? Maybe I'll get to some psycho and what I was. Those are constant themes that happen in these songs about just who came to town, or fighting over a chick at the party. There are a lot of recurring themes that are in rap music and other music come from this. So race records eventually become, when they have something called a hits chart, become what? Just hold that. I'm not going to even tell you. Nobody knows where this solemn looking coon comes from or what he does. We're in 1928. We're in the record industry era, and the coons and this imagery still persists. Rob On is a demon. I'm going to end this, but I'm going to tell y'all this. And y'all know I don't really delve too much into the TikTok topics. Rob On, I know you're listening. Puff Daddy is going down. Now, Psycho's in the chat, and I heard him saying, oh, time served and all that. That nigga getting at least 18 months, and there's nothing you're going to do about it, Rob On. Sorry. Harlem, hold that L. And y'all representing from a Negro who ain't even from Harlem. Rob On, you made me end this on a good note. But since I'm here, Rob On, you know what time it is. Set it.
I think you're talking about me, right?
Are you?
I got a thing that's called razor blade.
Yeah, Rob
Get to
On.
it, brother.
What up?
Razor blade.
Yo, chat. Gotcha. I'm gonna gotcha. Gotcha. Watch out. Woo. Don't y'all leave just yet. Yo, so check this out. All right, real quick. You Negroes lucky. Y'all my people. But let me tell you something, because y'all think that this is just some one-off when y'all don't really understand. I got a whole thing in the works, and you guys have all been set up. And what do I mean by that, folks? Well, that was fake, right? But this is real. And yes, he has a razor in his hand. You heard him say, put that weapon down. I'm going to turn the volume down. Y'all want to see part of it? I'm not even going to show you the whole thing. This is a real fight. Yeah. Y'all think, yes, he has a razor in his hand. Y'all think it's I'm not even showing you niggas no more. Stick around. You think that I'm playing out here. You think, yeah, because you think this is a game. It gets real. Yeah, y'all. You guys might want to stick around and support because you thought it was just Lil Royal. Oh, it's a whole thing on that. Huh? You saw it between rounds, but they ain't got the whole video. Who? Anybody talking about you? Right? Get the hell out of here. Huh? But on this July 4th, if y'all feel y'all learned at least one new thing and had some laughs and some fun along the way, and y'all want to support, because I know y'all learned at least one new thing. I mean, goddamn it, it's July 4th. You know, Saturday. Now you can go get drunk and talk stuff at the barbecue and talk about the damn dandy and razors and all that other stuff. But I asked y'all if you learned at least one new thing, and I've done my part, and you want to support. I don't know why the screen just went blank, but yeah, there it is. The browser can't access your screen. Why not? Get the fireworks. Yeah. Have I done my part? Have you learned at least one new thing? Somebody said yes. I mean, nigga trying out here. God damn it. I could talk about ratchets. You want me to do that? Y'all want me to start gossiping? That's what it is? I got to start gossiping and stuff? I'm not doing it. Yeah. So, yeah, that's where we are. That's where we're going. Independence Day is not your holy day. Okay. I ain't gonna do that. That's fine. But on that note, since you want to be smarty, hold on 1 second. And I want to say I appreciate that, Dave. Appreciate that. I'm going to give you one more. Since you want to be smarty, this is your homework tonight. This is your homework today for everybody listening. You are going to read something. What is it? Present, share. And I want to say thank you to, I'll just say UK. I don't like putting people's names out there. So I'll say thank you to UK. This is your homework. Here you go. I'm going to put this link in here, and you Negroes better find it and read it. You see this article? What to the slave is the 4th of July. Okay? And you should read this speech. So here's the article. I want to say thank you to KT as well. I saw that. Thank you. So you can see it here. This is your everybody's homework. I'm gonna give you this, and then I'm gonna try to find a primary to give it to you. And to Psycho as well. I appreciate that, Psycho. Thanks a lot. Here you go. Here's that. That's that. And then I'm gonna try to find the exact speech for you real quick, because you lazy niggas won't even go and look for it. That's sad. So I'm gonna try to find the whole speech for you. And I think I got it right here. And yeah, here you go. So now your homework or day work is to read on the 4th of July. It's not homework, Ebony Cheese. Read on the 4th of July by Frederick Douglass, What to the Slave is the 4th of July. It's not really hard. Yo, Ebony, check this out. You can have like a Google, whatever, read it to you now. You don't have to, I want to say thank you to Najma. I'm sorry if I mispronounced it. Najma. Please, y'all, read it, because it'll give context, because I know we struggle with this day. Of course, I'm with you. I'm with y'all, but it might add a little spice to it. And yes, happy FBA. Yeah, Psycho, is this an FBA holiday? I don't want to start no mess on the way out, but it would seem July 4th is foundational to Americans. So wouldn't it be foundational to Black Americans too? That's a good question. On that note, y'all, 65 people. This is awesome. Ebony's the first AI bot. Ebony is, so Ebony be on my neck 24/7, yo, pause. Yeah, y'all. I don't want to keep this long. I do hope y'all learned at least one thing. I hope everybody is and stays safe. Don't be ridiculous and hold the fireworks in your hand. Don't be an idiot standing on the roof shooting the guns in the air. They got bullets, what they call them, sensors now. They can hear where the shots are going off. For what? Be careful on the street. Be careful with your kids. It's hot at night now. You heard what Ray said. So watch your back and your fronts out here. And for the love of Christ, you know good and goddamn well niggas don't use baby oil like that. Don't start now because Puff is about to whatever done got off the work thinking it's okay for you to walk around shining like something with some baby oil on. Get your shit together, people. On that note, come back on later. All right, maybe I'll come back on around 9 or 10. If nobody's well, that's you know what? That'll be something really cool for the nerds, so I can go into the bag. Because if you're gonna tune in with 9 or 10, you know, I got it. So yes, maybe I'll do that later today. In the meantime, I appreciate y'all. 65 people in here. For me, for some of the new people, it's like 650 people. So I want to say thank you to y'all, and I do hope that y'all truly learned at least one new thing and got some laughs along the way. Peace, y'all.
Build a website you love with Wix. For your words, create your brand, your opportunity, your breakthrough. Feeling a vibe? Run with it. From can't look away to gotta have it. Make every detail yours. Bring out what's hot. Remove what's not.
Next on deck with Tim Black.
And by the way, you are a token. Hey, Jason, you're a token. You are in conservative media as a black guy that can confer upon white.
Tim Black's BS detector.
Tim Black's BS detector.
Tim Black's BS detector.
You know, whenever I hear a white guy say black guy, I mean, I know you're a cartoon character, you know? But I always wonder if you ever met one of these black guys in person, you know, and weren't strapped. You know, I'm just wondering, because I don't know, man, I just come from an era, man, where the way you be talking, Fuentes, you're like the Charleston white for whites. But you're Hispanic, so that's weird. I know there's a lot of Hispanics that are neo-Nazis and white supremacists. And I keep telling people that Hispanics are white. But they don't believe me. I don't know. Mi casa, su casa. But look, man, here's the thing. Here's what I'm saying. This guy, I see people make segments about this because he's calling out Jason Whitlock. And I guess the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
White supremacist, white nationalist, Nick Fuentes, calls Jason Whitlock a token.
How about the diarrhea mouth of the bigot is still not good? Like diarrhea mouth is still diarrhea mouth. Yeah, I don't need help roasting Jason Whitlock. I do that on my own. We got a lot of cowards who are unwilling to go up against the grieving father and say, hold on a second, how'd you raise your son? How could you have a segment where you let this guy roast Jason Whitlock and you don't roast this guy? They both roastable. You got two oven stuffer roasters.
People the dignity of not being called a racist for having their views. That's why you get paid.
Then he starts complaining about the fact that he don't make money or he did something and he got deplatformed. That he just starts saying things that don't make no damn sense. It's sort of like when they threw other people off platforms. You know how hard you got to work to get kicked off every platform? It's not something that happens right away. I mean, Alex Jones had a hell of a run. He ran for 20 years. And then he just touched the third rail, which was babies. I mean, not literally. He wasn't literally touching babies, but you know what I'm saying. You know, people came for his ass. Andrew Tate had a hell of a run. You know, he had a hell of a run. He built all that money, amassed all this stuff. In fact, I just saw a segment on CNN with him in it. So, yeah, he made a lot of noise. He made the news, literally. And now y'all want to complain? Listen to this.
And that's why I don't, because I didn't have the privilege of being born black.
Tim Black's BS detector.
Tim Black's BS detector.
Tim Black's BS detector.
Listen to this shit, and I blame Charlemagne the God for this. Charlemagne is one of the people that said, he put out a book, well, he put his name on a book about black privilege. And now we got corny Mexicans using it, saying being black is a privilege. I mean, you weren't fortunate enough to be black. Now, you weren't fortunate enough to be tall. You weren't fortunate enough to have any bass in your voice when you speak. It's a lot of things you weren't fortunate enough to have. Facial hair, you know, but your color, your skin, that's the only thing that's working for you here in America. Is that for you? You know? It's obvious your balls ain't dropped yet, or you sound like a man. I'm just saying, man, let's be honest.
I was born white, so there's a limit on what I can say.
Now, you were born white, so there's a limit to how long you can stay in the sun. Son. You can say whatever you want to say. You just can't get money. Like if you say the wrong shit. But you can say whatever you want to say. Hey, man, you know, we got freedom of speech in this country. Everybody has freedom of speech. It's just you have to pay for it. So we get this right. You're such a baby because you got to pay for what you say. Nah, man, when I say what I say, I meant to say what I said. If, you know, and the chips fall where they may, and when I mess up, I can get mad about it, but I don't be complaining like this only me they come after. Nah, man, too many white guys have been canceled for you to up there act like it's just you. Too many white people got canceled because white people say shit because they think they can say whatever they want without repercussions. Black people get repercussions too. We are first fired, last hired. Happens all the time. You just don't pay attention because you don't care, and it's not your existence. But I know with you, it's your lust. They like these guys lust after saying the N-word. It's like their entire existence is hoping that one day they'll be able to sound like all their favorite rappers. They just can't get over it, man. Like that's the dream. You know, I guess when you got good credit scores, get into the best schools and get accurate appraisals on your homes, it's just that one last thing left. The N-word. Gotta say it. And if you can't say that, what good is life? Right, Fuentes?
There's a limit on what I can say without being penalized in the so-called free marketplace of ideas.
All they do is cry. Damn, man. Stop playing victim. Yeah, man, stop playing victim, Fuentes. It's not becoming of you, being of the master race. Why do the master race get to play victim? I mean, you guys run America, so if America's not doing what you wanted to do, wouldn't that be your fault? I mean, we only had one half black president, but he was also half white, right? And he wasn't even black, he was African. So how could you possibly blame anybody other than yourself for your predicament? You know? Who's disenfranchising you? You can't say black people, but still somehow he's making a segment knocking Jason Whitlock. Jason Whitlock don't control anything. His bladder, his appetite, nothing. He controls nothing. Zero. Look at him. I don't get it. I don't understand. Why do people like this guy? I heard people like him. I don't know why. Oh, because he says mean things about the blacks. That's what it is. They love that.
Diabetes,
coronary disease,
autoimmune diseases,
obesity, cancer.
Pretty much all chronic diseases of the Western world are associated with a gut microbiome that is unhealthy.
The good news is we can actually heal our gut.
This class is an exploration of the universe inside you.
and how your gut impacts your mind, your body, and your life.
The microbiome is so integrated in all aspects of health, including mental health. We've realized that things like moods and behaviors can be dictated by the microbes in your gut, so we want to nurture them.
We actually harbor more microbes in our bodies than we have human cells. The question is, how do you foster diversity for better health?
Well, to me, the answer is fermentation. It smells so good. Kimchi is just this superfood. Everyone should know how to make kombucha because of how simple it is.
Put your hand on your belly now.
And everybody knows it. Everybody knows it.
Looking for things to say, but can't come up with anything off the top of the head like moi, huh, sir? Yeah, man, you're not the Eminem, sir. You're not the Eminem, you know what I'm saying? You're just not. Because he would be able to say something that was interesting at this point. You've been complaining a lot. You've been complaining this whole time. Let him go for about 10 more seconds. Let's see if he comes up with anything.
Everybody knows.
That's 3 in a row. I guess if you just say it more in high pitch, Leave It to Beaver will come up with something that makes sense.
And everybody's sick of it.
Everybody's sick of it. Who is everybody? Who's everybody, sir? I don't know who everybody is. Be more specific. Grow a pair and say who is everybody.
Especially in the conservative space, that blacks have had it easy.
Blacks? Yeah. I don't think the Candace Owen had it easy over there with you morons. I mean, she was up against Tommy Lauren. Let's be honest. You know what I'm saying?
Rather than just yelling at strangers on the internet.
Yeah. Stop having people like Tommy Lauren make it about Colin Kaepernick's background, not about police brutality, because she did this. Like, you know, we're sitting up here right now talking about, oh, independent media has a responsibility. Tommy, you talked about Colin Kaepernick personally, about him making money, and you took the total focus off. So if you're going to do shit like that, own it. Let's not make you philosophical.
I promise you, I 100% own everything I said about Colin Kaepernick.
About Colin Kaepernick, that's part of the reason why you're here, is because you gaslight on issues and never talk about real issues.
All right, no, I'm not saying this is what you're doing.
I mean, I body Tommy. Jason Whitlock is a token. But I say that about Dr. Jason Johnson and all the blacks that work with the Democrats too, because they are tokens. The Democratic Party is a white party, just like the Republican Party is a white party. They're both white parties. It's just how white do you want to be? That's it. At the end of the day, they all answer to the same bosses. They're donors, which are typically Wall Street and big pharmaceuticals. So as long as they have that in common, they're the same people. I don't care who they let lock up the place. I mean, come on, at the end of the day, if these are the same people that own it because they're the ones with the receipts, they're the ones that pay the bills, then we're talking about the same people. So I really don't know. I don't see a distinction between who's more of a sellout. Jason Whitlock is horrible, but you're horrible too. Only thing different, I think, with you is that you're independent, who complains and cries. I don't think I ever hear Jason Whitlock crying. Just you. Oh, you're made for each other. That's funny when conservatives are going after conservatives about who's more deserving or who's something. I don't know. Look, man, not interested. Yeah, thank you for sending me this story on Nick Fuentes. He's a boring, you know. I don't know why it's so punchy for him to say black 6 times in the loudest voice possible, as if that's hurting my feelings. It's not really making any points. What's he going to say next? Black people get locked up? Black people go to jail. What are you going to say? Yeah. Anyway, moving on, guys. Give me a like on this one if you watch it. Give me a like on whatever platform you're on. If you're on X or if you're on Facebook, please share this content. That's how you do it. Sharing is caring. You know the deal. Independent black media stays unapologetic, raw, and real. Now you can wear the movement. From the 10 Black Wolf Pack to the Cornbread Collection, we got gear for the real ones. For men, women, even the little ones. No weak threads, no weak messages. Rep the truth. Rep the movement. Hit up TimBlackPauls.com and grab yours today. Because cornbread ain't free. Wolfpack. Perfect. You made it to the end of the video. I appreciate you. Now, Google thinks this next video is going to be perfect for you. It's right up your alley. So click the next video, watch that with me, and let's keep this politics going. You're built for this. Perfect. You made it to the end of the video. I appreciate you. Now, Google thinks this next video is going to be perfect for you. It's right up your alley. So click the next video, watch that with me, and let's keep this politics going. You're built for this.
Stop. Don't get a HELOC until HELOCs are loans. You borrow, pay interest, and make monthly payments. HEI, no interest, no monthly payments. HELOC adds debt, HEI doesn't. You get cash upfront and repurchase your option when you cash settle, refinance, or sell. HELOC, strict credit and income requirements. HEI, 500 minimum credit score based on your home's value with no income requirement. HEI is a smarter way to
every record on the book by orders of magnitude.
Literally not.
It just has to start going in reverse.
Oh, you mean like Trump said he would do with inflation? Good luck with that, buddy.
That being said, wiped clean. It doesn't mean that we let them live in our neighborhood. But on a spiritual level, it means that we
He is positioning himself as a leader, and he's not a
Not, I mean, look, I'm not even going to read it. Like, it's so graphic. I literally cannot
It's not Brett
read
Kavanaugh stuff.
some of this stuff.
Yeah.
It's friends were engaged in like very creepy behavior. I'm going to get to some of the images just to show you guys some of the jokes that they were throwing around. I did think it was important. Let's put the next one up on the screen. Very early in the book, we see this image of a woman who is posed there with Jeffrey Epstein, and the caption is, quote, "He is the boyfriend of..."
Today, the Jeffrey Epstein birthday book got released. 238 pages of letters to Jeffrey Epstein. Most of them are about sex. If you remember, we extensively covered the Wall Street Journal scoop that Jeffrey Epstein's friends put together letters commissioned by Ghislaine Maxwell, and one of those letters included Donald Trump, although they also included Alan Dershowitz, Lex Wexner, Bill Clinton, Leon Black. Now, in response, Trump sued the Wall Street Journal over $10 billion, which also means he sued Rupert Murdoch, the guy who runs Fox News, the New York Post, Sky News. And this is all because Donald Trump denied everything and said, "I never wrote a picture in my life. I don't draw pictures of women. It's not my language. It's not my words." Here's his official response. He sued them, of course, and then, of course, we found out that he does draw pictures, turns out, and signs his name on them. But the really important update was that the New York Times corroborated that Trump's name was on the Epstein birthday book, and specifically, the Epstein estate had it in their possession, and we're going to turn it over. And today, that's exactly what happened, or the House committee released it to the public. Now, I want to be clear, although a lot of talk today is going to be spent on this drawing, it's far from the only one. Really, the reason this is such a big story is the blatant denial by the president, saying just it never happened, which is the weird thing, because of course he was friends with Epstein and Ghislaine. Everybody admits that, including Trump. It's just the letter itself. He's saying, no way it happened. That's not me. I don't do it. So that's the reason there's a lot of focus on the president. But let's be clear, this book is about a lot more than just the president. There's a lot of powerful people implicated in this. This is the start of it. You see, it's a leather-bound book written by Ghislaine Maxwell. There are redactions to third parties. Some of the friends mentioned is Ron Altbach, Leon Black, Jean-Luc Brunel, Bill Clinton, Alan Dershowitz, Bill Elkis, Bran Frennan, Nick Leese, Peter Mandelson, George Mitchell, Nathan Myhrvold, and the list goes on and on, notably also Leslie Wexner, Donald Trump. And this is all available online. Like, there's no denying that this exists. You can see it has a bunch of never before released pictures of Epstein, his family, things like that. There are redactions of certain women in the pictures in compromising positions, but otherwise, mostly
Tacos at Zaxby's? You know it. They took their famous chicken fingers and sauced them up in a soft tortilla shell. Taco Tuesday.
Unredacted, honestly. I'm pretty impressed with how much we got of the famous birthday book. And it is full of revelations. I think the most obvious one is that all of Jeffrey's friends, or most of them, were aware of his interests. They talked extensively about how much he loves the ladies, the young ladies. But there's also an interesting mention of his Vanity Fair profile. This is from Leon Black, where he calls him a Vanity Fair poster child. And that is soon followed by Alan Dershowitz's alleged letter, where he says, "Dear Jeffrey, as a birthday gift to you, I managed to obtain an early version of the Vanity Unfair article. I talked them into changing the focus from you to Bill Clinton, as you will see in the enclosed excerpt. Happy birthday and best regards." What makes this so interesting is what he's referring to, I believe, is a 2003 profile on Jeffrey Epstein. The article is called The Talented Mr. Epstein by Vicky Ward, and it's sort of become famous for the fact that now there's been this meta commentary about how Vicky Ward had early allegations of abuse by Epstein and was not able to run them. She accuses the paper of not running them. There's some dispute over this. Vicky Ward basically says she had two women who presented allegations. By early December, weeks before the article closed, in mid-December, she was discussing the farmers with fact checkers, and they were looking for photos. Ultimately, the editor said he didn't trust her. He didn't want to run those allegations. But now that we have this backstory, I mean, that's all things that have been public for a long time. That has been a big question. Why was this article killed? Well, now we have in this book a discussion of this killed article. And by the way, when you look at what Alan Dershowitz is saying, they changed the focus to from you to Bill Clinton. We do see that Bill Clinton shows up in this article. So the timeline really does match up. Over and over, his friends seem to be joking about an article where allegations almost ran about Jeffrey Epstein and ultimately did not. Most of them seem to be very well aware he likes the ladies, he likes them young. So I hope this finally puts to bed the lone trafficker theory that everyone was going to him for tax advice. But of course, we also need to talk about Donald Trump's letter. And unfortunately, this is where the response gets a lot more polarizing. Depending on where you sit on the aisle, people have been having all sorts of reactions to this, with a lot of people saying, okay, well, then case closed. He wrote it, right? Like, obviously, he was friends with the guy. Everybody else in there aren't there denying writing these letters. He wrote it. His signature's on here. But the official press secretary at the White House said that, once again, it is false. They're doubling, tripling, quadrupling down, saying, as I've said all along, it's very clear President Trump did not draw this picture. He did not sign it. Trump's legal team will continue to aggressively pursue litigation. And then you have this guy who's the deputy White House chief of staff saying, time for News Corp to open that checkbook. It's not his signature. Defamation. And then they screenshot some photos of Donald Trump signing his name and saying, look, it's not the same signature. And you know what? That's pretty true. It's not the same signature. We'll get to that, because at the same time that was getting released, they were denying, oh, look at these signatures that are different. We also had the New York Times and Wall Street Journal also put out signature comparisons with some different signature choices that look very similar. This is the official Epstein one right here. Here's a letter to Bill Gates. Here's a letter to New York City officials, Rudy Giuliani. Here's another New York City official. And then we also have letters to Conway, to Clinton. And you have this kind of textbook long trail, a very tight vertical signature. I mean, to me, that's pretty compelling. Unless we're arguing for a professional forgery job here, which I don't think has even been alleged. Like, this is nearly identical, all these signatures. Like, I would believe that is all within the realm of the regular differences in a signature, right? It's not some completely different signature we've never seen before. But it didn't take long for people to take up what the White House's official statement is saying, because influencers have now run with it, saying, does the below look like the actual signature from the president? I don't think so at all. Fake. Showing once again that, yes, the president has at various times signed signatures differently, of course. I don't think anyone disputes that. And sure, you can find some signatures that look different. Here's Eric Daughtery saying, the Wall Street Journal has just published that letter Trump sent to Epstein. It's not even his signature. Defamation, pay up. This guy says Trump is going to bankrupt Wall Street Journal. Benny Johnson says time to sue them into oblivion, which again is crazy because the guy they're talking about, they're suing, is also like one of their biggest allies, Rupert Murdoch, the guy who runs Fox News. I mean, it's definitely infighting at best. Now, of course, we got to read the message again now that we actually have it in its full context. We have voiceover, must be more to life than having everything. Yes, there is. I won't tell you what it is, nor will I. Since I know what it is, we have certain things in common, Jeffrey. Yes, we do, come to think of it. We all know this. And then the famous line, enigmas never age. Have you noticed that? A pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret. So, look, there's also an analysis put together by the Wall Street Journal, the people who originally reported this. I think that's worth going over. They decided to look at various times that Donald Trump has expressed similar writing. For example, they talk about Trump talking in the third person. They say, look, here's video clips of him talking about himself in the third person. It's not weird for him to do that. There's also word choices of enigma. They point out that he's used enigma multiple times in books. We've also covered him saying it in, like...
SoFi is helping me get my money right to achieve my ambitions. Want to see? Like earning more money on my money as a head chef. Ready for service? And saving to give back to local producers.
In video. Then there's also a wonderful thing. A pal is a wonderful thing. That's the line. Well, has he said that before? Yes, he's definitely said that before. So all in all, the reporting seems solid to me. I mean, you can hold on to the copium here, but really you're arguing that the entire book is either all fake, which that's the first option, in which case, like, it may be the greatest forgery of all time, or you're saying specifically that it's just the Trump part that's a forgery, and every other part, the part where Bill Clinton's writing in, the part where all these other people we knew that were also associated with Epstein were writing in, you're saying all of that's real, but the part about Donald Trump is not, and that was a forgery inserted in. So it's a very strange argument, and because this was all a carefully bound book, the idea that it was just inserted in, it couldn't really have been. It was bound by a specific bookbinder. So, I think it's all credible. I mean, personally, I look at the facts. I look at what we know of the various people, how this all unfolded, the fact that it came from the estate we thought it would come from, the fact it included a variety of politicians, powerful people. It wasn't just singling out Trump, but Trump is the only one who has denied it. Now, lastly, I want to talk about the latest statement by our government. We all know the various stages of grief we've been through with this story. First, it was a cover-up, then they're going to release everything, then there's nothing to release, then it's a hoax, and now we have a new level of copium. We are descending into Davy Jones' locker level of copium. And here we have it. This is from Speaker Mike Johnson.
He is horrified. The whole thing a hoax. It's been misrepresented. He's not saying that what Epstein did is a hoax. It's a terrible, unspeakable evil. He believes that himself. When he first heard the rumor, he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. He was an FBI informant to try to take this stuff down.
Wow. Donald Trump was an FBI informant, according to Speaker Mike Johnson. So all of this birthday book stuff, all of this was actually, if you believe our government, it was part of an official plot to capture Jeffrey Epstein, the world's most notorious pedophile. This whole photo. But now, I guess we're so deep undercover, we can't cop to it yet. We can't admit we have the entire government running cover for us with influencers telling people, oh, it's not his signature, even though they're very clearly our signatures that look identical. So it's crazy. I just hope our glorious president can one day come out of his FBI informant role and tell us all how he took down the world's most notorious. I can't wait for that one. That big one. Maybe he can write us a letter about it. We recreated Epstein's prison in 3D to show you the top 5 lies hidden in the government's footage. And you can get the raw file on Patreon to explore it yourself, and let's jump into it. Lie number 5, you're gonna get a video of the cell.
And you're gonna get the video of the cell. And you're gonna see for yourself.
Kash Patel, the FBI director, told us that this footage was of Jeffrey Epstein's cell, but it's not. Let's fly over to where Epstein's cell actually is. I've marked it with a green door. Down the hall, we actually see a camera marked in red that wasn't recording the night of Epstein's death, which brings us to our next lie. There was only one camera.
There's video of him. No, not the actual act, but the entire MCC Bay. It was only one camera.
Deputy Director Dan Bongino of the FBI told us there was only one camera in the special housing unit. But that's not true. There were at least 2 cameras recording and 9 other cameras that were working but not recording due to a malfunction only days earlier. Now, the official report says that recordings should have been made for about half of the cameras, but in Epstein's block, only 2 out of 11 cameras were recording. Really bad luck, I guess. Now, I should say all the cameras were working before that, at a time when Epstein accused his cellmate of trying to kill him, and this was contradicted by his cellmate who said Epstein tried to commit. Epstein later got put on watch for this event, and we should have been able to get that footage, except the prison failed to save the correct file. Prosecutors claimed the footage contained on the preserved video was for the correct date and time, but captured a different tier than the one where Jeffrey Epstein was located.
It was only one camera.
So our deputy director lied when he said there was only one camera. There were actually 11. At least 2 were recording. Only 1 got released. And according to our own government's report, 5 or 6 should have been recording, but weren't. When the cameras were working properly, they didn't save the right files. Incredibly unlucky. But lie number 3, there's nothing unlucky about it, because we were told directly that the footage we were going to get showed there was no one there but Epstein.
You're going to see there's no one there but him. Right. There's just nobody there. So I say to people all the time, if you have a tip, let us know. But there's no DNA, there's no audio, there's no fingerprints, there's no suspects, there's no accomplices, there's no tips, there is nothing.
The footage just directly debunks this. There are several people who appear in the footage the FBI released, and actually one even appears after lockdown walking up the stairs. The government's report at first called this laundry, but independent experts agreed, according to one analysis by CBS.
At 10:38 p.m., the report says someone, probably Noel, carries a bundle of bedding or clothing up the stairs. It's a rare instance the video does catch movement on the stairs, but barely. Let's see that zoomed in and in slow motion again. Several of the video forensic experts we spoke with were skeptical about the report's conclusion and thought that the video could be showing an inmate walking up the stairs. Authorities say this was the last time anyone approached his cell block until his body was discovered the next morning. Again, while the video does not contradict that, experts who viewed the video say the limited field of view makes it impossible to definitively conclude that no one used those stairs in that time period.
Yeah, we don't know who that is. The government's not clear. And there are also several people who are housed in the same cell block as Jeffrey Epstein, which, as we've shown, isn't visible to the camera footage we were given. So that raises questions, and so do the 2 prison guards who were on staff that night and had a view of Epstein's cell. Both were charged with falsifying records on the night Epstein died, specifically with them lying about completing mandatory rounds to check on Jeffrey Epstein the night of his death, despite a posted warning that read mandatory rounds must be conducted every 30 minutes on Epstein as per God, but they did not do that. Instead, They appeared to fall asleep, according to the OIG report, and occasionally browse the internet, where one guard, quote, read a news article about Jeffrey Epstein. So it's just a total lie to say there was no one there but Epstein and no possible suspects. You have several inmates shown on the camera the night of his death. You have one walking up the stairs after lockdown, and you also have guards that just falsified records. But this all brings us to lie number 2, the second biggest Pinocchio, and that's where they told us we're gonna get the raw footage so we know there aren't shenanigans.
We are working on cleaning it up to make sure you have an enhanced, and we're going to give the original so you don't think there were any shenanigans.
So yeah, I don't think I need to explain why this is one of the most brazen lies. We were told we'd be given a modified and the original footage. Instead, what we got are 2 modified videos because both were edited in Premiere Pro. Now, it isn't clear exactly what was edited, but expert forensic analysts who spoke to Wired said the footage wouldn't stand up in court, had 1 minute, no wait, actually 3 minutes missing, and now there are reports that the DOJ has the full footage, but just hasn't released it.
And a government source is alleged to CBS News the FBI and other agencies are in possession of the full, unedited footage.
And that brings us to the final point, the final biggest lie of all, and that's a direct quote from the DOJ memo about what the footage even shows. And it says this, quote, anyone entering or attempting to enter the tier where Epstein's cell was located from the shoe common area would have been captured by this footage. The government's entire case is built on this lie, and that's why it's the biggest, because their whole case for saying no one could have reached him is the idea that this one camera angle shows everything. But let's put Maxwell in our 3D twin and have him walk up the stairs. First, we'll put him on the left side of the staircase, and as you can see, you can barely make him out. However, if we put him on the right side of the staircase, you'll find that you can't see him at all. He's invisible from our view. So there's just obviously a blind spot here, which, by the way, the government already knew because they already admitted in a previous Epstein report, saying that this camera angle specifically was a, quote, partial view of the L-tier stairway. So it's not a full view. You can't see everything. And as you can see in this excellent CBS investigation, you could actually access this stairway and Epstein's cell from a doorway invisible to the camera.
But with the primary entrance here, the pathway from the entrance to the stairs is completely out of view of the camera.
Yeah, that's right. You could access Epstein's cell. Our replication of the prison shows the same conclusion. If we have Maxwell walking from the shoe entrance to Epstein's cell, we can't see him from this camera angle, even though if we make the walls transparent, obviously we can see him, but in the raw footage, we'd have no way of knowing if somebody walked this direction. This painstaking recreation of the special housing unit can put to bed the top 5 lies from our government about Jeffrey Epstein. 1, we didn't get a video of Jeffrey Epstein's cell. We got a camera that can't see it. 2, there wasn't just one camera, there were 11. 3, the footage shows way more than just Epstein. 4, we didn't get raw footage, we got modified footage. And lastly, there are blind spots on this camera. I mean, it's just perfectly clear, and the government has previously admitted it. This, of course, doesn't mean, I have to say, that Epstein definitively himself, but the government is only adding fuel to the fire when they put out statements that are directly contradicted by their own video. The best you can say is this is either extreme levels of negligence or deliberate incompetence to cover things up. The most honest thing you can say at this point is that we don't have definitive evidence for the night Epstein died one way or the other that has been released. The evidence we do have has been modified, does not say what they say it says, and all of this makes it impossible to know 100% what has happened. That is not a conspiracy. That's what the government's own evidence actually shows. Now, as I said, we'll make the 3D version of Epstein's housing unit available on Patreon. It's a Blender file along with a detailed look of how he created it. I should say the government's not exactly forthcoming about the exact specs of their prison, so we had to use some approximations using the photos provided and taking measurements where we could. But as I said, our conclusions match up with the government's from years ago. So I think we're on safe ground there. That's basically it. Thanks for watching.
Self. You want me to get, I've seen the whole file.
Trump's Epstein problem just got way worse with a now panicked Trump White House being denials as the Epstein birthday book ended up exposing even more than expected. More information is expected soon, and Massi and Khanna should have the votes for the Epstein Files by the end of the month. Also, Israel just struck Qatar in an attempt to assassinate Hamas leaders as top leaders gathered to discuss Trump's ceasefire proposal. And you've got at least 19 protesters dead, parliament on fire, and the prime minister resigning as the Gen Z protests rage in Nepal. We're talking about all of that and even more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco show. You daily dive into the news, starting with this. We've got to talk about the the now infamous Epstein birthday book, because it's been released and it's actually way worse than we previously thought. Because back in July, you had the Wall Street Journal reporting, though not publishing the actual thing, that Trump had contributed a letter to Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday book in 2003. With it said that it contained a drawing of a naked woman whose pubic hair is Trump's signature, as well as an imaginary dialogue between Trump and Epstein, something that was very weird and creepy sounding. Trump supposedly writing that they have a lot in common and then adding, enigmas never age, have you noticed that? And ending, a pal is a wonderful thing, happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret, right? And in response to it, Trump calling the whole thing fake and then suing the journal's reporters, its publisher, and its parent company, News Corp, for defamation. And you had many, including J.D. Vance, so I think he asked it rhetorically, asking, where is this letter? And well, now the letter's here, along with the rest of the 238-page birthday book, because the House Oversight Committee got it from Epstein's estate and released it last night. And so now we know this letter, it very, very much exists, but still you had Trump allies denying that it's authentic. You had Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt saying, as I have said all along, it's very clear President Trump did not draw this picture and he did not sign it. President Trump's legal team will continue to aggressively pursue litigation, and adding, this is fake news to perpetuate the Democrat Epstein hoax. You then also had the likes of Charlie Kirk, Benny Johnson, and the White House Deputy Chief of Staff posting other example of Trump's signature, claiming that they look different. But as many have pointed out, the signature in the letter, it bears many hallmarks of Trump's actual signature. The bold serif lettering, the loopier cursive, the long tail at the end, and the final D. There are even some side-by-side examples of known signatures from Trump, as well as this one from the birthday book. The one, you have Trump defenders using examples of his signature where he doesn't do the long tail. And two, you've got folks like Republican Representative Tim Burchett claiming that, this could just be an outright forgery.
I mean, anybody can do a signature. We've seen the auto pen's been used quite a bit with the Biden administration. So I've never known Trump to be much of an artist either. I just don't buy it.
So you think really someone might have just forged this somehow and sent this to the app?
Somehow, it's so easy to do. I just don't buy any of it.
But then with all that, you had people pushing back, saying it would be very strange and weird and seemingly unnecessary for Epstein's own estate, and therefore Epstein himself, when he was alive, to have a fake letter from Trump in his birthday book, right? Of course, you've also had Trump attacking the credibility of the lewd drawing, with him saying in July,
I don't do drawings. I'm not a drawing person. I don't do drawings of women. That I can tell you.
And then you had his son Eric reiterating that claim yesterday.
I can tell you my father does not sketch out cartoon drawings.
But as is public knowledge, and as others have pointed out, Trump did draw pictures around that same time, which he actually auctioned off for charity, and their style is remarkably similar to the one in the letter. And once again, here they are, side by side for comparison. But that's also not where it ends. Even seemingly where he refers to himself in the third person in the letter as imaginary dialogue, it resembles his speeches and social media posts.
Nobody would be tougher on ISIS than Donald Trump. If Putin likes Donald Trump, you wouldn't even be hearing about the word immigration if it wasn't for Donald Trump. Trump was able to get him to give something. I don't know what the hell it was, but it doesn't matter. Then Donald Trump. Donald Trump. Trump, Donald Trump.
Right, and then there's stuff like his distinctive vocab, right? You had people out there going, the president would never use the word enigma. In fact, he used it to describe Don King, Mike Tyson, and Dan Rather in his books. And then you have things like the letter's phrase, a wonderful thing. It's something that Trump uses frequently.
It's going to be a wonderful thing. It's going to be wonderful for the Middle East. And it was a wonderful thing. It's been a wonderful thing.
But also, a thing that I think should be focused on all this is the stuff outside of just Trump's letter. What we're seeing is that the birthday book contains much, much more that is very revealing. Or something you've seen more and more people honing in on is this one from a businessman and longtime Mar-a-Lago member, Joel Pashkow, because it shows Epstein receiving an oversized check for $22,500 with Trump's name on it, with the caption, Jeffrey showing early talents with money and women, and then sells fully depreciated redacted name to Donald Trump. And according to the Journal, that redacted name belongs to a real person, a wealthy European woman, then in her 20s. So the drawing apparently is meant to show Trump purchasing a woman from Epstein. The sources also saying that she was courted by both Trump and Epstein in the 1990s, but that when she ultimately went for Trump, Epstein felt bitter. Though I will say the woman's lawyer claims she had no romantic relationship with either man, severed ties with Epstein in 1997, and doesn't know Pashkow and has no knowledge of the birthday letter. But then also, there are dozens of other letters in this book, and though most don't mention Trump outside of a brief comment that he was one of the many famous people that they met through Epstein, they do demonstrate, in the words of the New York Times, that Epstein's lewd and lecherous behavior with young women was both widely known and widely celebrated by people who describe themselves as his closest friends and associates. So you've got things like a cartoon drawing of Epstein lying in a beach chair, getting what appears to be a nude massage, at least, from 4 topless women. There's also another comparing him to the fisherman from a Hemingway story, except instead of catching fish, he catches women, blonde, red, or brunette. You then had another lamenting so many girls, so little time about Epstein. You also had one that reminisced about how in a farm town in Iowa, where it was hard to tell the difference difference between the girls and the hogs. Epstein somehow managed to find a spectacular tall blonde whom he later invited back with him to New York. Then another letter where the person said they agonized long and hard about what to write and then simply put photos of lions and zebras having sex and adding that they seemed more appropriate than anything I could put in words. And next, you have a letter alluding to how in the mid-1970s Epstein first discovered the Maxwell teenage daughter. And then finally, you had one letter marveling at the fact that somehow at the age of 50, Epstein has avoided the penitentiary. So y'all can draw your own conclusions from all that, but arguably these letters show that even 3 years before his first arrest, Epstein's reputation for being at least a womanizer and at worst a sex pest with a fixation on very young girls, it was widely known among his friends. As far as Trump's take on this, when NBC got him on the phone this morning, he reportedly said, "I don't comment on something that's a dead issue. I gave all comments to the staff. It's a dead issue." And you had JD Vance saying much of the same, posting on X, "Democrats don't care about Epstein. They don't even care about his victims. That's why they were silent about it for years. The only thing they care about is concocting another fake scandal like Russiagate to smear President Trump with lies. No one is falling for this BS." But also, and maybe unfortunately for Trump, this appears to be only the beginning, right? Because the House Oversight Committee got more than just the birthday book from Epstein's estate. They also now have his will, his 2007 non-prosecution agreement, right? That sweetheart plea deal that he got, and almost 30 years of entries in his personal address book. With that, I will note that the estate's lawyers told the committee, "We are not aware of the existence of a list of clients involved in sex acts, or sex trafficking facilitated by Mr. Jeffrey Epstein. And so for now, we're going to have to see, what we have to work with here and wait to see if the House obtains more evidence." Which, actually, we need to mention this. The committee still hasn't received a second batch of documents from Trump's DOJ, despite the deadline to comply with its subpoena for the full Epstein files coming and going weeks ago. And all of this is, despite having several of Epstein's victims coming to Capitol Hill last week and demanding that Trump release the files, no more Republicans have signed on to Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie's discharge petition. So there's still just 2 lawmakers short of getting it passed in the House, with Massie himself, Nancy Mace, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and Lauren Boebert being the only ones to join Democrats. But also, I'll add there that the votes in the House are very likely going to change soon, because the Democrats have vacant seats because their politicians died, and those seats are going to be filled soon. Though that also doesn't mean it's a dumb deal. The White House might be able to work with or pressure one of the Republicans who says they will vote for it, and maybe they change their mind. Something we often see in Congress is people feeling like, oh, I can vote against this because they know it's not going to actually have an impact. But soon, when the reality on the ground changes, maybe their vote does as well. But for now, we'll have to wait to see, and it really does look like Mike Johnson and Trump might be in a bind here. But then quickly, in a 1-minute break that helps keep the show free, let me say it's time. It is time for you to get out there, especially because we've been giving out $500 every week for over a year thanks to our sponsor at SeatGeek, and somehow some of y'all still haven't entered, which is crazy because it's free. And the lineup right now is stacked. Billie Eilish, Luke Bryan, the Lumineers, Benson Boone, Lord, Hosier. I know I've got some games I'm gonna be going to on Sundays. And it's been awesome seeing so many of you winning the $500 SeatGeek weekly giveaway and using it to hit up concerts, games, Broadway shows. Y'all just living your best lives. And if you haven't entered yet, it takes 2 seconds and next week's $500 winner could be you. Because for the uninitiated, SeatGeek is the #1 rated ticketing app with over 28 million downloads and tickets to over 70,000 events, sports, music, comedy, theater, you name it. And so for the first timers, you download the app, scan the QR code or hit that link in the description and use code PHIL for $20 off your first ticket purchase. And then, and this is key for everyone, add code PDS to your SeatGeek account as well. That gets you $10 off any ticket and enters you for your chance to win the weekly $500 giveaway, no purchase required. So if you've used SeatGeek before, right, you're a SeatGeek vet, that applies to you as well. So just add code PDS to your account and you're entered. So hey, scan that QR code or click the link below and use code PHIL and code PDS and go make some memories. But then next up in the news, we got to talk about how apparently the best way to avoid getting punished for drinking and driving is just be a cop. That or, not drinking and driving. Because what we're seeing from this investigation from the New York Times and the nonprofit newsroom New York Focus, it is shocking. Over the past 2 years, they got over 10,000 previously confidential disciplinary files. Roughly half the state's law enforcement departments have caught officers drinking and driving, and then they protected them from the punishments that you or I would face. Because if you're not a cop and you're caught driving while intoxicated in New York, you're looking at like losing your license for at least 6 months. You'll face nearly $1,000 in fines, and you could even go to jail up to a year. And that's for a first-time offense. All that said, I'm imagining you're hearing this and you're going, well, it's not a surprise that officers give their brothers in blue special treatment. They even had a former police chief saying on the record, if I go 85 on the freeway, I'm not going to get a ticket, and saying, have I let people go occasionally? Of course, we all have. But that guy, as well as other former police chiefs and officers, were reportedly surprised that even officers responsible for crashes had avoided arrest. Right? According to this investigation, officers have collided with guardrails, parked cars, and even a moving police car with its lights on it. And then some have fled the scenes of accidents. Some have even shown up to work under the influence, one to a police station, another to a fire, a third to a crime scene. Officer Vincent Del Forte, for example, admitted to having 9 drinks before attending a basketball game, then a few more beers during the game, more drinks at 2 bars on the way home, and 3 more at his house before going to bed. And then he drove to work the next morning and tested above the legal limit, but was never charged. He just got suspended for 3 days and breath tested every shift for 6 months. And then this guy, Ronald Wilson, 11 p.m. on a Saturday night, he crashes his BMW into a Jeep, with the responding officer noting that Wilson's speech was slurred and he was off balance, his eyes were glassy, and he reeked of alcohol. But then Wilson showed ID, proving that he was an investigator with the state police, and the officer just never gave him a sobriety test. Wilson even admitted in an affidavit that he had been behind the wheel, and later admitted that he had 6 cocktails and a shot that night, but all he ended up getting was a traffic ticket for following behind another car too closely, and he got suspended without pay for 35 days. And just the damn cherry on top of this situation, the cop who responded to the scene of this crash, Andrew Kowalski, in June, he won the Erie County's DWI Enforcement Award. Right, and overall, this investigation found numerous cases of just cops not taking even the most basic steps to confirm if their fellow officers had driven drunk, despite significant indications that they had. And then, even with a few exceptions, those who had been caught all returned to the job following short suspensions. Right, and a big thing that I want to end on is the problem is very likely much bigger than even what we know here. Right, we've got some experts saying that the documented cases were very likely an undercount, suggesting that many drunk driving incidents were never internally investigated. Though I will say, to be fair, on the flip side of this, not every department failed to criminally investigate incidents of drunken driving, and officers who seriously injured themselves or others, they usually face prosecution. That said, that feels like an incredibly fucking low bar. It's something even the most flexible of us couldn't limbo under, and it's still incredibly alarming that officers can put other people's lives at risk in this way and avoid any real consequences. Not to mention, it raises the question of what other types of misconduct are just being swept under the rug every single day. But then next up in the news from that, we've got to talk about how the Supreme Court just gave the green light for racial profiling. Because the case in question here, it centered around the aggressive immigration enforcement efforts in LA that have been a key part of Trump's crackdown. And at this point, you've probably seen at least some of the countless videos circulating the internet in recent months showing armed federal agents rounding up Hispanic people in LA, and even those who are US citizens. But with many saying that these agents are just acting as rove bands of masked officers routinely violating the Constitution, though you have supporters arguing that this is a part of Trump's administration's vigorous but entirely illegal campaign to enforce immigration laws. But regardless of your opinion here or what you call it, the situation led to civil rights groups and several individuals filing a lawsuit against the Trump administration, describing what was happening as indiscriminate immigration operations and saying that when they had swept up thousands of day laborers, car wash workers, farm workers, caregivers, and more, the administration was violating these people's Fourth Amendment protections against unreasonable searches and seizures. Saying, quote, individuals with brown skin are approached and pulled aside by unidentified federal agents suddenly and with a show of force and made to answer questions about who they are and where they are from. And so then what you saw in response to the suit was a U.S. District Court judge from Central California placing some hefty restrictions on immigration agents, ordering them to not rely on factors including race or ethnicity, speaking Spanish or accented English, presence at a particular location like a day laborer site or an agriculture site, or performing a particular type of work. With the judge saying that these factors shouldn't be used alone or actually in any combination in deciding who to stop within her jurisdiction, though the Trump administration took the issue to the Supreme Court. Right? And they argued that the restrictions were hurting their ability to handle the illegal immigration problem, and they said that the stops made by federal agents were lawful. And what we saw yesterday is that the Supreme Court agreed, ruling 6-3 along party lines. And so they lifted those restrictions and offered really no explanation, with really the only one providing any sort of context or thought behind the court's judgment being Justice Brett Kavanaugh, who wrote in a separate concurring opinion that those 4 factors that the lower court judge excluded can play a role in determining who they need to stop. With Kavanaugh saying that while apparent ethnicity itself is not a reason to stop someone, that combined with other factors can be a relevant consideration. And he also went on to defend the LA immigration crackdown in general, writing about 10% of the people in the Los Angeles region are illegally in the United States, meaning about 2 million illegal immigrants out of a total population of 20 million. Right, but then on the other side, you had Justice Sonia Sotomayor and the 2 other liberal justices dissenting, with Sotomayor saying that with this ruling, the court and the administration, quote, all but declared that all Latinos, U.S. citizens or not who work low-wage jobs are fair game to be seized at any time, taken away from work, and held until they provide proof of their legal status to the agents' satisfaction. And adding, countless people in the Los Angeles area have been grabbed, thrown to the ground, and handcuffed simply because of their looks, their accents, and the fact that they make a living by doing manual labor. Today, the court needlessly subjects countless more to these exact same indignities, and saying rather than stand idly by while our constitutional freedoms are lost, I dissent. And as you can imagine, this ruling has prompted a lot of reactions, including some grave warnings from experts. You've got people like Armando Gudino, the executive director of the Los Angeles Workers Center Network nonprofit, who echoed Justice Sotomayor in an interview with The Guardian and said they have effectively legalized racial profiling and, by extension, racial discrimination. And others adding that this ruling sends a specific message to Latino Americans and non-citizens, saying, our Constitution is very clear in that it applies to all persons living in the United States as being entitled to civil rights. Unless you decide we are not people, you are saying we don't have rights in this country, citizen or non-citizen. And also had the likes of Gavin Newsom saying Trump's handpicked Supreme Court majority just became the grand marshal for a parade of racial terror in Los Angeles. And then LA Mayor Karen Bass agreeing with Sotomayor and saying that LA is just the beginning, saying that her city is being used as, quote, a test case for total dominance and unchecked power by the federal government. Though, of course, as you have all of that, you also have many others celebrating, including a spokesperson for the Department of Homeland Security who called the Supreme Court decision, quote, a win for the safety of Californians and the rule of law, and adding, law enforcement will not be slowed down and will continue to arrest and remove the murderers, rapists, gang members, and other criminal illegal aliens that Karen Bass continues to give safe harbor. And then also a big thing is we're gonna have to wait to see what the repercussions of all this is gonna be, because the lack of explanation offered from the court in their ruling, it makes it hard to know where this applies exactly. Is it just LA or is it nationwide? Or because this has become a recurring issue with the Supreme Court's emergency rulings recently, and we talked about it more in depth last week, but regardless, this is not the last time we're going to see this case. It's actually still pending before a federal appeals court. It may make its way back up to the Supreme Court, right? Because yesterday's ruling was just about the restraining order, lifting the restraints on agents while the case is being argued. Though that said, this order will absolutely embolden Team Trump, both on the immigration issue and with their requests to the Supreme Court in general. And in fact, the Trump administration just asked the Supreme Court to allow it to freeze billions of dollars in foreign aid, which could set up the biggest test for his bid to exert his authority over federal spending. But then, in a quick 1-minute break that helps keep the show free for you, let me say, I trust public Wi-Fi about as much as I trust gas station sushi. And that's why I use today's sponsor, NordVPN. And, you can think scams are obvious, but think again. Just last month, cybercriminals spoofed Booking.com emails by swapping the / and links with a Japanese hiragana character. So the URL looked perfectly normal. People then clicked it without noticing, and suddenly they were downloading malware designed to steal passwords, financial information, or worse. All while, honestly, I can barely spot a typo in my own text, so catching that kind of scam, I don't trust myself. And that is why I think NordVPN's threat protection and kill switch are essential. They block malicious sites and sketchy downloads before the trap even springs. All while Nord encrypts your traffic so hackers, your ISP, or even shady Wi-Fi at the airport can't snoop. And Nord's dark web monitor, if your information shows up in a leak, you'll know before scammers can cash in. Plus, with thousands of servers worldwide, you can stream safely from anywhere. Tokyo, Paris, or just your couch while dodging calls. So hey, protect yourself now and scan the QR code or head to nordvpn.com/Phil to get a huge discount on a 2-year plan, 4 extra months free, plus a 30-day money-back guarantee. That's nordvpn.com/Phil, because the only thing scarier than hackers is thinking, yeah, I meant to sign up. But then next up, from
Ridge is known for quietly building out some seriously smart tech accessories, this iPhone 17 case included. This case is built specifically to match the iPhone 17 Air profile, an ultra-slim design that doesn't add bulk. It has touch-sensitive camera control built directly into the case, and best-in-class drop protection with a military-grade build. Not to mention MagSafe perfection. It snaps perfectly with Ridge's wallets and power banks. This case sports a clean, minimal design with no unnecessary texturing or branding. It's part of a full tech ecosystem and backed by Ridge's 99-day risk-free trial and lifetime warranty. If you're grabbing the iPhone 17 Air, or already have, it's worth pairing it with something that was built for it. Check out Ridge's full lineup at ridge.com. It's smart gear for a smartphone.
This is Stacy. She just found a new sectional she loves. And this is her boyfriend, Mike, who's about to ruin her day by telling her they can't afford it. Thankfully at Ashley, you can find your next living room piece with absolutely no credit needed. Only at Ashley.
From that today, we've got to talk about this crazy Gen Z gender divide, right? Because, well, obviously, men and women have always had some differences in what they value, what they prioritize, career versus family, stability versus status, blah, blah, blah. This recent polling we're seeing, it is more divided than ever, and it's pulled even wider because of politics. And actually, on the note of politics, that's where we'll start, with the approval ratings around President Trump, around specific topics, right? So for this age group, 18 to 29-year-olds, 47% of these men said that they somewhat or strongly approve approved of the president's job performance. So for women, it was only 26%. For border security and immigration, you had 46% of men, 24% of women. For deportations and immigration, 45% of men, 21% of women. On trade, 42% of men, 23% of women. And inflation and cost of living, 41% of men and 21% of women. Then regarding anxiety, we've heard things about Gen Z being a very anxious generation, but the numbers here are wild. When asked in general, how often do you feel anxious or worried about the future? 19% of men and 33% of women said almost all the time, followed by 27% of men and 33% of women saying most of the time. And then you had 39% of men and 28% of women saying sometimes they feel anxious or worried, and for rarely and never, very small numbers. But then I'd say the most interesting information of success. Right? And they gave them these 13 options, which you can pause on screen if you want to read every single one of them. Right? And then from all those answers, they provided a ranking of what was important, not just split by men and women, split by men and women and who they voted for, Harris or Trump. And the gap here is wild. For men who voted for Trump, the number one thing they said is pivotal to their personal definition of success is having children. But for the women who voted for Harris, it was number 12 out of 13. And even for women who voted for Trump, it was number 6. But then also when connected to this, as far as the ranking for being married, for men who voted for Trump, that was number 4. But for women, it came in 11th for Harris voters and 9th for Trump voters, which is actually where it also came in for men who voted for Harris. So a lot of huge gaps, though. I will say also, interestingly, there were a number of things that did seem to line up. Right? For having a job or career you find fulfilling, that took a lot of the top spots across the board. Right? Having enough money to do the things that you want to do. Also achieving financial independence. There's a lot of money anxiety here. Again, we do see certain partisan things pop up, like emotional stability. It was much higher for Harris voters than it was for Trump voters. All of this, it leaves you wondering if this divide is going to continue on and on. It also makes you wonder what relationships or the lack of them are going to look like moving forward. And so actually a question I'll connect to this, if you fit into this age range or you border at 18 to 29 years old, what's the relationship dating situation like right now? Are you finding it hard to meet like-minded people? Or I guess also, are you not interested in that because it ranks pretty low, at least as far as getting married and having kids in that part of a relationship, for a lot of people. But I don't know, I'm just interested. But the next step, we also have to talk about how a federal appeals court just ruled that Trump has to pay $83 million for defamation. Right? If that number, it sounds familiar, it's because this case centers around E. Jean Carroll. Back in 2019, she publicly accused Trump of sexually assaulting her 2 decades earlier, and Trump, for his part, repeatedly denied the claims and criticized Carroll. You had Trump continually attacking her on social media during news conferences and in other public forums, and in response, you had Carroll filing 2 lawsuits against Trump, alleging both defamation and sexual assault. And in 2023, you saw a jury finding him liable for sexually abusing and defaming Carroll, awarding her $5 million in damages. And that was a decision that notably was upheld by a different appeals court, though Trump's lawyers have indicated that they intend to take it all the way to the Supreme Court. Then the second case, which is the one that we're talking about today, that just focused on the defamation allegations. With that, last year, you had a separate jury ruling that Trump must pay Carroll $83.3 million for his defamatory remarks, which is a decision that he appealed. And yesterday, a 3-judge panel on the Second U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals unanimously rejected his appeal. Right? They upheld the jury's ruling, and the judges wrote that the jury's award was fair and reasonable, and adding that there was ample evidence that Trump was recklessly indifferent to Carroll's health and safety. And very notably here, the court also rejected Trump's argument that presidential immunity protected him from being liable for defamation. Because you had Trump citing a Supreme Court decision last year that granted presidents sweeping immunity from prosecution for official acts, but the appeals court said that's a no-go here. But then next up today in international news, we've got to talk about Israel now launching a strike on the capital of Qatar, with the strike reportedly aimed at senior leaders of Hamas, and a spokesperson for the Qatari Foreign Ministry saying on X that the attack targeted residential buildings housing several members of Hamas. And then also you had the Israeli Defense Forces confirming that they had launched strikes directed at senior Hamas leadership, though it didn't explicitly mention Qatar. Now with that said, at least as I'm recording this, the exact number of casualties is unclear, but in a statement, Hamas claimed that the attack had failed to take out any of its top leaders, though it did say that at least 6 people had been killed. But also, regardless of the potential body count, this move, it's massive for a few reasons. Starting with the fact that Qatar has played a major role as a mediator in talks between Israel and Hamas since October 7th, and as a result, Qatar has widely been viewed as neutral grounds. Right? They keep in contact with the Israeli government, with senior officials repeatedly traveling to the country for talks. Qatari officials have said that in the past they agreed to host an office for Hamas because the U.S. requested it, and in fact, sources from both Hamas and Israel have said that the attack came as Hamas negotiators were gathering in the Qatari capital to consider President Trump's latest ceasefire proposal. And with that, you had Hamas, Palestinian politicians, officials involved in the talks, and foreign leaders all arguing that the strike appeared to be explicitly designed to sink the negotiations. But in an address today, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu tried to paint this as a peacemaking action, arguing that the strikes can open the door to the end of the war in Gaza and claiming that Israel had accepted Trump's proposal to end the war. But then you had many others pushing back on that and saying that an attack on Qatari soil during ceasefire talks marks a dramatic escalation, not a step toward peace. And so you had Qatar's foreign ministry spokesperson calling it a criminal assault that constitutes a blatant violation of all international laws and norms. Right? And that was something that was also echoed by other international leaders, including the UN Secretary General, who also slammed the move as a violation of Qatar's sovereignty. Though to that point, you had the White House spokeswoman telling reporters that President Trump believes this unfortunate incident could serve as an opportunity for peace. But still, very notably here, she also kind of criticized the strike, saying, quote, unilaterally bombing inside Qatar, a sovereign nation and close ally of the United States that is working very hard and bravely taking risks with us to broker peace, does not advance Israel or America's goals. But then also going on to add that eliminating Hamas was a worthy goal. And so obviously we're gonna have to wait to see what comes from this, what else we learn, but it is very likely that this is gonna hurt Trump's latest efforts to negotiate a ceasefire and end the war. But that is also not where the international news ends, because at least 19 protesters have been killed, government buildings are burning, and the prime minister has now resigned in Nepal. And all of this, it stems from late last week when the government moved to ban 26 social media platforms in the country, including Facebook, X, and YouTube. Right? With the government claiming that the companies had failed to register and submit to government oversight, but
diabetes,
coronary disease,
autoimmune diseases,
obesity, cancer.
Pretty much all chronic diseases of the Western world are associated with a gut microbiome that is unhealthy.
The good news is we can actually heal our gut.
This class is an exploration of the universe inside you and how your gut impacts your mind, your body, and your life.
The microbiome is so integrated in all aspects of health, including mental health. We've realized that things like moods and behaviors can be dictated by the microbes in your gut, so we want to nurture them.
We actually harbor more microbes in our bodies than we have human cells. The question is, how do you foster diversity for better health?
Well, to me, the answer is fermentation. It smells so good. Kimchi is just this superfood. Everyone should know how to make kombucha because of how simple it is.
Put your hand on your belly now, take a deep breath in. That will change the habitat of the microbes. It's a mind-body technique. I'm Dr. Emran Meyer.
I'm Dr. Erica Sonnenberg.
And I'm Dr. Justin Sonnenberg.
I'm David Zilber, and this is Gut Health on Masterclass.
That ban, it was widely seen as a tool for censorship and something that would allow the government to punish those who voiced their dissent online. And so what you saw is that it sparked what's been described as Nepal's Gen Z protest, though I will say very notably, this has been about a hell of a lot more than social media from the very beginning. But it's also about unemployment, economic inequality, and corruption, and all of that, it's encapsulated in the anger that we've seen directed at the country's so-called Nepo kids. Because I think most people are familiar with the term Nepo babies, but in this specific context, the term pretty specifically refers to the children of political leaders who have been seen enjoying lavish lifestyles on social media in the eyes of many, thanks to the ill-gotten gains of their corrupt parents. And all while most other young people, they struggle to even just find work. I mean, youth unemployment there, it stood at around 20% last year. And the Nepali government actually estimates that more than 2,000 young people leave the country every single day to find work in the Middle East or Southeast Asia. And so with all of that now in your mind, it was then on Monday morning that tens of thousands of people gathered in Kathmandu and surrounded the parliament building. You then had police responding by deploying tear gas, water cannons, and rubber bullets. And at least at one point, according to reports, they opened fire with live ammunition, ultimately killing 19 people. Right, and then you had the government responding by the prime minister saying that compensation would be given to the families of those killed and that those who were wounded would receive free treatment. He also announced that he would form an investigating committee that would submit a report on the shooting in 15 days. The government also lifted the social media ban, and early this afternoon, the prime minister actually resigned. But what we're seeing is that none of that has satisfied the protesters, right? You had tens of thousands remaining on the streets today, with some attacking government buildings and the residences of top political leaders. And specifically, what you had that is the presidential palace, the prime minister's official residence, the building housing the offices of the prime minister and several ministries. They got torched along with the private homes of some politicians. And in fact, in videos being shared online, you had protesters reportedly being seen beating up the head of the country's largest party, who has also been prime minister several times, along with his wife, who's the current foreign minister. You've got helicopters airlifting some ministers out of the city, and with most senior politicians running for cover, there's seemingly no one left in charge. You had the heads of Nepal's main security agencies, including the army chief, issuing a joint statement appealing for restraint and calling on political parties to find a peaceful way out of the crisis. And then, as far as the president, who really has more of a ceremonial role in Nepal, he's urged demonstrators to cooperate for a peaceful resolution and called on protesters to come to talk, and saying in a statement, in a democracy, the demands raised by the citizens can be resolved through talks and dialogue, including through the participation of representatives of the Gen Z. Though, with everything that we've seen so far, we're gonna have to wait to see if that can actually happen and end that way. And all of this is notably, like, this is not the first country in the region where we're seeing something like this play out. With the images that we saw out of Bangladesh last year, they weren't so different when deadly protests ended with the resignation and exile of that country's prime minister. And actually, 3 years ago, we saw similar events playing out in Sri Lanka. So a lot changing, a lot happening, and we're gonna have to keep our eye on this. But that, my friend, is the end of at least today's show. Because remember, you can check out the latest episode of my new podcast right here. You can click or tap that, or right here, you got the newest Philip DeFranco show. I've even got links to both in the description down below, so you can get filled in on YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever it feels best. That came out weird. Whatever, we're rolling with it. Thank you for watching. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow.
I've been with my partner for 20 years this year, and let me tell you, relationships aren't easy. Even as a therapist, I've learned that loving someone for the long haul means working on yourself just as much as working together. And I want to share a few tips that have made a big difference in my relationship. First, communication isn't just about talking, it's about listening, really listening. Sometimes we're so busy defending ourselves that we miss what the other person is actually saying. Second, compromise doesn't mean giving up your needs. It's finding balance where all people feel valued. And finally, therapy. Therapy has saved my relationship more times than I can count, especially during tough moments. It gave me the tools to understand myself better, which allowed me to show up for my partner in a healthier way. That's why I always encourage others to seek support. And BetterHelp makes it so easy. With over 30,000 licensed therapists, BetterHelp connects you with someone that truly understands your needs. All online, so you can work on yourself from anywhere. And if the first therapist isn't a fit, you can switch anytime, no extra cost. Over 5 million people worldwide have used BetterHelp to strengthen their relationships with themselves and others. Visit BetterHelp.com and start building the relationships you deserve. Because love doesn't have to be perfect, but it can still be healthy.
Please give a round of applause for Mark Kirk.
Hello, and thank you to everyone for allowing me to be here today. How can I just let you walk away? You have been extremely understanding to me, dealing with my personal struggles.
The Gravitron! Let's do it. It's the best.
There's no way. I can't write that.
Why?
Why? Because my tummy. You know what that would do to my tummy. I would get sick everywhere.
No, it's about perspective, okay?
Just let you leave without a trace.
But on the inside, you don't feel it. You're like pinned against the wall.
When I stand here taking every breath with you.
Oh my goodness! Kirk is out!
This is truly shocking. There's just an empty space.
When he's distant, it's hard.
I'm sacrificing everything. What do you have for me that's strong?
Adabia? A day without pain is like a day without sunshine.
The skin bad. The skin's insane.
I know what I'm doing, all right? This is it?
That's it.
So what happened?
I'm so sorry.
It's me. You don't have to apologize, okay?
I know that you've been questioning whether I am the fighter that you thought that I was. And one of my biggest regrets in life is the answer to that question. I wasn't. So I promise that I'm gonna make this up to you.
To see Mark back out there is truly remarkable.
I
I just need you to let me in.
With everything he's been through, the biggest night of my life, does he still have it in him?
What happens next? It's simple. Am I going to hurt him
Let's fucking go.
before he hurts me?
Ready?
I think so.
You think so? Come on, Mark, yes or no answer. Come on, are you ready?
Yes.
Marquito is back!
How's that feel?
Feels great.
Do you want some more?
Yes, you can stretch me more, yes.
Too much?
Never.
There are more rewrites in the Epstein story than in a Harry Potter fan fiction. It seems like every time I turn around, huge parts of the story, of the official story, have been completely changed to the point that the most interesting part of the story are the rewrites, the changes. Many people, like myself, have been obsessed with the fact that the facts keep moving as we move the goalposts. First, it was the Epstein list. It existed, it's a cover-up, then it doesn't exist, now it's a hoax, then Trump's gonna give us the list. Then we have the changes to the Epstein footage story. It doesn't exist, yes it does, here's the raw footage, except no, we saved it in Premiere Pro multiple times. But now, we're getting changes to the story of the very breakup between our president and Jeffrey Epstein. Look, for years we've been told that Trump kicked out Epstein from Mar-a-Lago because Epstein harassed the daughter of another member. This apparently all happened in 2007, and it sort of symbolized proof of how the president couldn't have been involved in this. After all, why would you kick someone out for being creepy if you were somehow involved in all of it? But now there's a news story coming from our president himself. He expounded in Scotland about the real reason that Jeffrey Epstein and him had a falling out.
He stole people that worked for me. I said, don't ever do that again. He did it again, and I threw him out of the place.
So there it is. Rather than a member's daughter being harassed, it seems like instead it was over a worker dispute. Immediately after this news story about workers being stolen came out, it was clarified that he's specifically talking about workers being stolen from the spa.
And people were taken out of the spa, hired by him. In other words, gone. And other people would come and complain, this guy is taking people from the spa. I didn't know that.
Did one of those stolen, persons, that include Virginia Jeffrey?
I don't know. I think she worked at the spa. I think so. I think that was one of the people. Yeah. He stole her.
Now, this is a remarkable change in our story because Virginia Jefferey is one of the lead accusers of Jeffrey Epstein. Everyone knew she was recruited at Mar-a-Lago. Now Trump is saying he not only knew about it, this is one of the reasons that he kicked out Epstein, apparently. People complained about Epstein at the time.
Other people would come and complain, this guy is taking people from the spa. I didn't know that.
Now, the reason this matters is because it completely changes our timeline. Remember, we had heard that he kicked Epstein out for being a creep in 2007. Now, this places us way over in 2000 when we're first hearing complaints from the spa, because Virginia Jefferey, there's a very clear timeline from court documents that she was terminated in 2000 when she would have been a minor. She met Ghislaine Maxwell, not Epstein, but it's also a problem for when everything happened, because it's not until 2002 then there's the famous quote from Donald Trump about Jeffrey Epstein saying, I've known Jeff for 15 years, terrific guy, he's very fun to be with. It's even said he likes beautiful women as much as I do. Many of them are on the younger side. So if he's already had a falling out over stolen workers, specifically a stolen worker who was later trafficked by Jeffrey Epstein, if he had heard complaints about this, if he knew about this, and in 2002 he makes this claim, that's a real problem. Whereas previously his kicking out and finding out about this apparent harassment of Mar-a-Lago clients, it doesn't happen until 2007. Now we're hearing it's been known about since 2000. So this presents a very fine line that the president has to walk in terms of what he knew when, because obviously you have to stick to your story that you kicked him out for being a creep, right? That's what was originally said. In fact, it's even been repeated by the White House. Stephen Chung, in a statement, claims the fact is that the president kicked him out of his club for being a creep. So that was the stated reason, but you can't know too much in 2000. Otherwise, it makes you look horrible when you compliment him for enjoying beautiful women. Because if you knew he was a creep and you didn't do anything about it, that's a problem. So When asked to explain this discrepancy, you know, well, you said he was kicked out for being a creep, then you said you did it because he was stealing your employees. Which is it? At first, we hear that they are related incidents.
President, you said yesterday your falling out with Jeffrey Epstein was over him taking some of the workers from your business. But your administration in the past said that you threw him out because he was a creep. So can you explain that?
You know, it's sort of a little bit of the same thing.
So there you see, he's saying they're related. Stealing the employees was related to him being a creep. So you knew something, but then later he kind of says, well, I didn't know what he was using these stolen employees for.
At the time, did you know why he was taking those young women, including Virginia?
No, I didn't know.
So the story just keeps changing. I mean, it was 2007 that he kicked him out and closed his membership. Then it's 2000 when Virginia Jefferey was stolen because somehow that was creepy, but he didn't know what was actually happening. So why is it actually creepy that your employee gets stolen? That happens all of the time in companies everywhere. In fact, once again, the White House is adjusting their story, saying that it's just the taking of employees that is creepy. Quote, taking employees is most definitely creepy. How? If you don't know what's happening with this spa employee, how is it weird? Why are they saying, oh, we didn't know anything, but we knew at the time it was creepy? I don't know, it's honestly insane. It makes me crazy following the story, and I have to document every time the story changes so you guys don't believe this nonsense. I mean, it's like, it is complete gaslighting. It's driving me crazy, and yeah, I just have to talk about it because we can't allow them to do this.
Hi, I'm Brett.
And I'm Jonathan.
This is Darla.
And this is Buddy.
We're the founders of the Farmer's Dog.
We've made an entirely new way to feed your dog.
It all started with my first dog, Jada. I got Jada in my early 20s. It was just love at first sight. She was the most adorable, smart dog, but her stomach was just constantly a problem. Nothing seemed to help her until a vet recommended that I started home cooking for her.
All of her issues went away. Her life changed. So Brett started going down this journey of looking into what is dog food? How is it made?
Kibble can be made with ingredients that would be illegal to sell to a human for consumption, then turned into a powder using extreme heat, extruded into the brown balls we all know, and then sprayed with nutrients and palatants. Single day of our lives is not ideal for our health. But pet food being highly processed was just the status quo.
So we decided, let's change it. Let's take the decades of pet food research and the understanding of what nutrients dogs need, use that, but avoid the excess processing. I think the question was, how do we make food that's fresh, healthy, and convenient, but do it for every dog across the country? That was like a tough challenge. So we thought we really need to get somebody who knows dog nutrition.
We had watched a seminar with Dr. Wachschlag, and I said to Jonathan, I was like, we need to get a guy like him.
I was like, okay, I'll call him.
To be honest with you, Jonathan called, and then he called again. He just said, you know, you guys have an interesting idea, something that's revolutionary in the dog food world, and if you can pull this off, you'll have a whole new way of feeding dogs.
We ask a few questions about your dog, and we develop a personalized meal plan with the right amount of calories to keep them at a healthy weight. And our customers know that we don't look at them as just a number. We know their name, we know their dog's name, we genuinely care about their dog.
We start with meat and vegetables, gently cook them, and add all the nutrients dogs need for a complete and balanced diet. Every package of food is inspected and goes through a number of different quality controls and tests. And it's all human grade, which means it's made to the same safety standards as human food. Then we put it in a box, add the ice, and deliver it right to your door.
It's all done for you. From the moment you order your first box, you have an advocate for your dog on your side.
It's not about what we do to the food. It's about what we don't do that's creating these incredible health outcomes in so many dogs.
What started with just Jada ended up going from 1 dog to 8 dogs, to then 100 dogs, and now millions.
I just feel so lucky that Jada's legacy gets to live on in Darla and in other households all across the country.
We really believe that everybody wants to take care of their dog in the best way that they can. Our mission is just to help them do that. This is the best. I can't move now.
This is the worst cover-up of my lifetime, the Epstein case. The reason I'm talking about it so much is because if you can get away with this, you really can get away with anything. If the government can tell people to not believe what they just said a few months ago and have everyone be fine with that, that's just a level of gaslighting that I refuse to be a part of. Never forget, they just promised us names in the release of the Epstein Files.
Breaking news right now, you're going to see some Epstein information being released.
What kind?
A lot of flight logs, a lot of names, a lot of information.
But in this case, in Epstein's case, it is incredibly disturbing. We have flight logs, we have information, names that will come out.
Is it going to be shocking?
I don't see how it's not shocking that there were so many individuals that were hidden and kept secret and not been held accountable.
Yeah, well, apparently there are no names to be given. No list, no blackmail. Epstein has now been pushed as a lone trafficker. It's the lone trafficker theory, guys. Essentially, the government's memo that they just released contradicts everything we've seen before and now basically implies that Epstein was trafficking to himself and Ghislaine Maxwell was trafficking to Epstein, and there was no other blackmail or trafficking going on. That's what this memo essentially implies. His wealth and his power then would be just from his skill as a New York financier.
I'm talking about Jeff Epstein, the New York financier.
Basically, he was the world's greatest tax advisor by day and the world's greatest trafficker at night to himself. And the rich and powerful people who all flocked to him and to his island had no idea of this double life. That really is kind of the heart of the modern theory, is that just all Epstein by himself, and then his friends just were there for his tax advice, despite not being a tax professional or a lawyer. Not only that, another huge revelation is the fact that really the government has increased the number of victims and decreased the number of perpetrators, right? We had the idea that there were these other perpetrators for a while, that they were just redacted because the government was building cases. Now we got pretty clear statements that there isn't evidence to bring future cases on third parties. But if you look at the original 2019 indictment, it says dozens of victims. This is from Ken Klippenstein. But the Epstein review says over 1,000 victims. So what happened, guys? And by the way, in the interim, they also increased the number to 200 to 250.
200 victims, 200. So we have well over 250 actually.
So we went from dozens to 200 to over 1,000 in the span of basically a year in terms of victims. We like 10x the number of victims, but now there's no perpetrators. Like the perpetrators have been reduced. That is the crazy thing about what they're implying here, what this lone trafficker theory is pushing forward. It's also strange because previously Epstein in a court filing is said to have provided information to the FBI as agreed upon. Case agent advised that no federal prosecution will occur in this matter as long as Epstein continues to uphold his agreement with the state of Florida. So apparently there was some deal where Epstein was providing information to the FBI. What information? We don't know because no one else was involved. There's also the simple fact that if you go to the FBI records, what they call the vault, most of the files are just heavily redacted. So the idea that we got some transparency wave is literally a joke. Yes, it is true. There's no Epstein list where there's like names written down, but names exist in documents, on videos, in images, and they're all redacted. What's going on here? They're going to say, oh, it's all for the victims, right? But it's not all victim names. In addition to that, this lone trafficker theory is already on shaky grounds when you think about Prince Andrew's settlement, with Virginia Giuffre, where he paid $16 million to make civil sexual assault allegations go away. Now, of course, it's worth saying that he did not admit to guilt. This was a settlement, but that is what you're always going to have with these rich and powerful people. In the same way, you also have Leon Black, who reportedly paid $158 million over 5 years to Jeffrey Epstein for tax advice. And guess what? Leon Black, billionaire, also paid the U.S. Virgin Islands $62 million in cash as part of a settlement, a non-prosecution, where they wouldn't go after him for anything from, quote, any and all claims of any nature whatsoever, specifically related to Jeffrey Epstein. It's worth noting that $15 million of this cash payment will be going to counseling programs and activities or mental health services.
My friends and I made a big mistake.
Can we cover this entire ice cream truck in stickers? We got all of our jumbo stickers and started covering the truck, and it made us go so much faster. With all of the jumbo stickers, we covered an entire side in just 20 minutes.
Originally, we were never gonna sell jumbo stickies, but you guys loved our jumbo sticky videos so much that we decided to make actual jumbo stickies for sale. Look at how amazing these look. They're so colorful and high quality.
Can I cover my entire wall with giant stickers? This is one of our regular stickers, and this is the size of the stickers we're using. Oh my gosh, covering my wall was not easy, but I just love how each sticker has a different holographic effect, and they're all super unique. Now my wall has so much personality. It went from looking bland and boring to the coolest wall ever.
I immediately started sticking them on my wall, and they went on so easily. This took me less than an hour.
The thing about jumbo stickies is they all have the companion sticky area, so let's see if this sticker matches up. Yes! Oh my god!
And look at how perfectly this sticky roll fits right in this corner. And just like that, I have my sticky wall back. It looks even better than before. Comment what video I should film with my brand new sticky wall first.
All of our friends thought it was such a fun idea that they all teamed up and came over to help us. Once we were working together, it went so much faster, and I think it took like 45 stickers, but we finally finished the entire truck, making the world's most giant bracelet. This is the size of a regular sticky rolls bracelet, and today I'm gonna make this 100 times bigger. What's cool about this one is that it rolls out like a real bracelet. It looks so good.
Zaxby's put the lemon pepper you love on the chicken you love.
Who's got the sauce?
Zaxby's.
You also have Jess Staley, the former boss of Barclays. He directly admitted to having sex with a member of Epstein's staff, which you would expect if someone was running a trafficking operation. Although, I just have to say that there was a statement that this was entirely consensual, and I'm not saying anything about that. I'm simply saying the idea that Epstein was just trafficking for himself is unlikely to be true, in my opinion. Later, Staley wrote to Epstein, "Say hi to Snow White." Epstein replied, "What character would you like next?" Staley responded, "Beauty and the Beast." And then Jeffrey Epstein said, well, one side is available. Obviously, some type of coded message. You can read into that for yourself. But all of this is public. That's what I'm trying to say. That's what makes the government's memo so infuriating, is so much reporting has already been done. These settlements with powerful figures, under denials, yes, but also under very questionable circumstances, make just a complete denial and statement that all of this was just Epstein impossible to believe. In September 2009, Epstein also emailed a woman named Irina to tell her that Jess Staley is staying in the Berkeley Hotel in London tonight. Staley emailed Epstein the next day to say, "I should have taken your offer," according to the Times. There's also this book by one of the 60 Minutes correspondents called A Ticking Clock, where he says that he met with Ghislaine Maxwell, and he said, "I want the tapes," I said to Maxwell at a table at Regency Bar. "I know he was videotaping everyone. I want the tape of Trump with the girls." She didn't deny the existence of the tapes, but said, "I don't know where they are." He apparently replied, "Ask Epstein," and she gave him a stern look and pointed a finger at my face. "I'm the daughter of a press baron. I know the way you people think. If you do one side, you must do the other. If you get tapes on Trump, you have to do Clinton." Now, again, what you make of a third-hand source like this talking to Ghislaine Maxwell, who apparently doesn't deny that some of these tapes exist, was she even telling the truth or just playing some game? Either way, this was all known about, not just by people after the fact, but allegedly by people during the fact. This is from Mark Epstein. It's sourced from Jeffrey Epstein. Quote, if I said what I know about both candidates, they'd have to cancel the election. That's what Jeffrey told me in 2016. So not even Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell allegedly were claiming this was all just between them. They were constantly insinuating that there were compromising things on various powerful people. What's funny is that Trump himself, even before he was in a position to declassify this stuff, had accused other powerful people of doing these things.
Bill Clinton.
Nice guy. Got a lot of problems coming up, in my opinion, with the famous island with Jeffrey Epstein. That island was really a cesspool. There's no question about it. Just ask Prince Andrew.
You also have the fact that Jeffrey Epstein was in touch with other convicted pedophiles. Larry Nassar, he was writing letters. So the idea, once again, that he was just by himself, off by himself, doing things on his island by himself, and then taking calls with people like Bill Gates simply for philanthropic advice, really pushes the bounds of belief. Don't forget, a close associate of Bill Gates was named a fallback executor on the will of Jeffrey Epstein, which he, by the way, said he was shocked by and he deeply regrets meeting Epstein. Bill Gates has said similar things to that effect. Of course, Bill Gates fraternized with Epstein after he was convicted of crimes. Previously, he told the Wall Street Journal, I didn't have any business relationship or friendship with him, but in fact, he met multiple times with him at his Manhattan townhouse. Now, once again, I have to say real quick, all of these people are innocent until proven guilty. All of them deny doing anything untoward. But my point is, there are already too many associations to make the lone trafficker theory make any sense. For example, Jean-Luc Brunel was somebody who apparently trafficked a bunch of people to Epstein, who himself abused a bunch of women and even was charged for it. He was charged for some really awful things and then later found dead in his cell. Interestingly, Epstein was actually a financier of Brunel's modeling agency, where a lot of this alleged abuse happened. So once again, the idea of the lone trafficker just doesn't make sense because Epstein's directly linked to another guy who was also abusing women. So after all of this, they're really asking you to believe the unbelievable. They're asking you to not believe what they've said about this case, both out of office and now in power. They're asking you to not believe public reporting linking Epstein to other known files. They're asking you not to believe suspicious circumstances regarding settlements of powerful people. They're asking you to believe that Epstein was just the greatest tax advisor and financial advisor on the planet that all of these billionaires needed to consult, despite the fact that there are entire organizations built around providing the same services as this without the, links to crimes. They're asking you to believe that when people are talking about Snow White and Beauty and the Beast, they're referencing Disneyland. And they're especially asking you to believe that they have found 900 new victims since reviewing these files and exactly 0 new perpetrators. So I'm just not buying it personally. I find it insulting to the intelligence of every single person who's ever looked at this story. And yeah, it really makes me feel like this was a appropriate time to launch a crime is legal merch collection, to be honest. So yeah, this is probably my last video on this for a while, but just disgusting.